Greetings and salutations, Dark Watchers and player characters, and welcome to another weekly episode of Pact Tactics, where we are going through the lovely world of Etharis, created by Ghostfire Gaming. I, once again, am your DM, and thanks for joining us for another episode. Where we left off last, which one of you wonderful players would love to earn a point of inspiration to give everyone a review of what happened last time before the break?
Well, last we left off, we had just finished putting out most of a house, or at least what's left of it, that was set ablaze through some nefarious, evil, vile little things made of smoke and nightmares. And we had saved the life of a poor farmer who had headed back to town. However, as we were cleaning up and clearing out, some of our compatriots decided to investigate why some of the field had yet to burn, why it had just stopped short on the cornfield. Was lured in by apparent movement amongst the ears and were lulled into a very restful, enchanted sleep. Gavin, being the ever persuasive and diplomatic man that he is, proceeded to attempt to converse with whatever this entity was. It didn't take that very well and proceeded to paralyze him. And that's where we left off, I do believe.
In fear. You can take your point of inspiration. Two other things. Mr. Nice, whose farm you were on, nice farm. It's a very nice farm. I told you that the bandits, they were the ones who had set the fire, and then those creepy little smoke monsters kind of came flying out of the well, tied him up, attempted to burn him alive, and upon investigating the well, we found these strange beads that absorbed whatever water they touched. Nerok, Lizette have disappeared. Gavin is frozen in fear at what he has turned around and seen. And Mr. Barlow, standing next to him, is too far dedicated in his oath to be affected by anything. So, moving forward, Mr. Lord Veligroth.
Yes.
You feel frozen in fear, as if two skeletal hands have reached in through your back and just clutched your heart.
I'm paralyzed by this right now. If I remember rightly, too, I'm looking and there's 3 scarecrows looking right at me.
Yes, there are 3 scarecrows where there used to be 2.
Okay. Can I make any kind of noise, anything at all? Like trying to get James's attention.
You scream out, you thrash around, your body does not respond to any of your demands. Don't lie.
Well,
You've called out to Gavin and he's ignored your call.
Gavin, why are you just standing out there in a field? Hello? Well, fine, you're going to be an asshole then. I swear, it's just like back in the circus. I ignored your trailer call one time, and I'm going to start making my way out to him to give him what for, give him a piece of my mind.
Okay.
So, let's see. Up on the map. 5, 10, 15. 25, 30, and he's just standing there?
He's standing there staring at one of the scarecrows.
Why are you looking at a scarecrow?
You can hear shallow panicked breathing and a cold sweat across his brow. He looks very pale.
Dr. Colai, there's something up with this field. I will be careful with the scarecrows. This is different. Also, did you happen to see my sister on the way in?
No, I came looking for everybody else. I was off investigating. Don't worry about it. But I was off investigating, and everybody just disappeared.
Dr. Colai, I want you to roll me a perception check. As something catches your nostrils.
All right, first roll of the night.
Come on, baby.
13 on die. So 17.
17. As you're talking, you smell gunpowder.
Mr. Barlow, you haven't fired your fancy firearm recently, have you? Other than back over there by the farmhouse?
No, I have not in here.
You do realize there's gunpowder somewhere in this field. I smell it. Does it smell like expended gunpowder or okay? But yeah, it smells like it's been recently ignited.
And dust.
That is odd. I would be
go
careful
back
with
to the edge of the field. I'm gonna take a closer look at it.
When you turn around, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw against fear.
Yep, I don't have anything special for that. Hey! 23.
You turn around, and right in your path, you see this hung scarecrow, and on it lies the fresh corpse of Edward Colai. You shake your head, and you look up, and it's just a scarecrow. You must have missed it.
Seeing things again, seeing things again, seeing things again. I'm gonna just sort of make a good 5 foot away berth around the scarecrow and make my way back towards the edge of the field.
Okay. As you get to the edge of the field, the burned remains of the it's a very different view. When you're in the field, all you can see is the corn and the tops of your compatriots' heads, the few scarecrows in the field. But as you turn back towards the farmhouse, it's desolation and destruction. A smoldering farmhouse that's almost completely burned. Fields that have been salted and burned.
Looking down at the edge of the cornfield, because it did seem to end abruptly, and it's not like it burned out, right?
Very abruptly.
I'd like to make an investigation check to see if there was anything that worked as a deterrent, other than just like salt pile that was placed in the field, because he said it was salted and burned. See if it was any kind of protective measure, or if this might be of a magical nature.
Go ahead and make your investigation check.
21.
21. As you sort of you bend down and you start to look, Mr. Barlow, what are you doing during this time?
James is going to step in between Gavin and the scarecrow, trying to get his eyes to lock on mine, because it's pretty obvious there's something going on here, so.
Okay. You move in front of Gavin, try and like get in his face.
It's, not hard enough to cause hit damage, but I'm gonna pop him in the face and Mr. Gavin, we need you. Focus.
Gavin, go ahead and roll your save against fear, and do it at advantage because of the held action.
Yeah. Nice. That is wisdom save, correct?
Yes,
Unnatural 20.
you got it.
Scarecrow. Scarecrows. Scarecrows.
They're just hanging there.
We need to get out of this field now.
As much as I want to find Lizzie, we need answers. We should leave. Eyes down. Don't look at them.
But if you don't look at them, they'll move.
But you look at them and you get frozen in fear.
The one that wasn't there. And wasn't there when I wasn't looking. Or it was there when I was looking. Just...
There is clearly some kind of... Excuse me. Clearly there's some
Kevin's
kind
gonna start
of...
like backing out, but still keeping his eyes on the scarecrows.
What are your wisdom scores? The actual numbers.
That is a 12 for Gavin.
18
12 for Gavin, 18 for Mr. Barlow. Mr. Barlow, you managed to keep your eyes down. Being dedicated to your course of action is not a new thing for you. Gavin, for you, discipline has never really been your strongest suit. And so as you look down for the first couple of steps, you're staring at your feet and you're set on, I need to get out of this. But as your thoughts start to wander, you step in something sticky.
All right.
And you look down at your feet, and Gavin, you're walking in a field of blood.
Mr. Barlow?
I'm right here. I've been keeping pace with you, trying to keep your attention on me.
Mr. Barlow, the ground is covered in blood.
All right. We'll deal with that in a moment. This is clearly some kind of arcane magic. We need to be incredibly careful. Go ahead, John.
Looking down, James, it's just dirt.
I see nothing but dirt.
How can you not? The entire...
That brings us to Dr. Colai. As you're looking and digging around, and you two can see the doctor hunched down onto the edge of this scorched line. There are lines of gunpowder throughout this field that abruptly start where the burning has stopped. And now that you're down close and you're looking at it, you can see zigzag lines of accelerant across the burned section of field. This entire field was laced with gunpowder. But on this line, for one reason or another, the gunpowder did not catch.
Since I'm down there digging into it, does it feel wet at all? Or is it still dry gunpowder?
Still dry gunpowder. It's mixed with dirt, mind you, but
looking down the line, does it still look like it's fresh poured, or has it been like turned over and mixed, like people were running through it, and that's why it didn't catch?
no, it looks like it's very.
It still has the mound.
It's still a mound, like it's a line, as if someone took a keg of gunpowder over their shoulder and just walked in a big W across this field 7 or 8 times.
I'm gonna start following the still existent line down, and I want to see if it breaks off into the still open set of field at all. Like if they had started to walk into zigzags on the untouched section of field, and that's why it's still intact, because this line, like if they was supposed to catch it.
Let me draw a picture to show you.
I'll
draw the gunpowder in black.
Because this line, like if they was supposed to catch it.
Let me draw a picture to show you.
I'll
draw.
Okay. So all of these lines coming in and out of the field, it just didn't catch after that line on the edge.
Yep, on the green line, it just stops.
And there was no indication as to why it just stopped. It's an abrupt halt on it. I'm going to stand back up and I'm going to call back out to Gavin and Mr. Barlow. Excuse me, gents. I think I might have found something.
What is your wisdom score?
My wisdom score is an 18.
18. You turn around and you see them making their way back.
You may want to have a closer look at this. It's James, I believe you'll know more about it than I will.
What did you find, Doctor?
And as they approach, I'm going to point out this entire field has been laced with gunpowder. See, look, here are the lines. You can see where the accelerant goes off in that direction. It looks like they had just made their way in giant zigzags across the entire thing. But it stops abruptly right here. That's why this half of the field didn't burn. And I don't really know why it would stop.
I believe there's some kind of arcane magic, some sort of fouling of the earth outside of clearly what they were ever trying to do to this man's field.
Do you think the blood has anything to do with it?
Absolutely, you're seeing it and I'm not.
What blood?
Exactly. Illusionary magic. Somewhere in there is my sister and... Where's Nora?
Well, now that you have said that people have disappeared into the cornfield, I'm going to say probably disappeared into the cornfield.
Right.
I was working at the well, and he walked off. He said something about, I'll be right back, or I think I see something, and I was
cut off by the sound of a crow.
I'm gonna look
Raven.
up. Is it just a raven, or is it my raven?
It looks like 4 of your ravens. You hear, "Grah!" and then thump, 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 as they kick up little piles of dust as they hit the ground.
Were they flying above the cornfield?
They were flying above you. They've landed here, here, and here.
Did you ping around me? Mine is a bit slow.
Ah, yes. Here, here, and here. Just on the burn side of the field.
I'm going to walk up to the closest one. Just sort of looking down at it. Making a quick, I guess, medicine check. Just looking at it to see if its neck is broken or it just fell out of the sky dead.
Okay, so we move on up. Roll, looking over this thing, at a quick glance, its wings are broken now. One of them is. You'll have to roll to get more than that.
Okay. Mm-hmm. 17.
17. As you push into this thing's chest, blood starts to spurt out of its, like its insides are exploded, like someone fed it bread. And it popped.
This doesn't seem like a symptom of a disease I would have come across at all, would it?
Bird flu.
Welcome to ground zero of the pandemic. No.
Yeah.
It's not that game. At least you're not in that part of the game.
That's a different area.
That's a little too close to home for me right now. So.
No, it doesn't.
That's disturbing. You said that they had just wandered off into the field.
When you get up and turn back to your companions, I need you to make a save against fear.
Wisdom save. Oh, that might not be great. That's a 10.
You failed by 5 or more. You are both paralyzed and afeared. As you look up and looming in the distance, you can see the Scarecrow in the yard far behind them has turned its head and has its eyes open, stared right at them, and it unfurls 2 large wings.
He just stops talking and he's just standing there and staring.
At that point in time, 2 of the Scarecrows from here and here proceed to rip themselves off of the stakes and unnaturally fast shamble their way up to your friends. What square are you in? Let's see, you are perfect. So this one makes its way straight up to the line, and from the line it reaches its 2 arms out and slashes out at you. Let me just grab my... No, I don't want to roll something for the black line. Roll 20.
The gunpowder leaps upon you.
I know we're fighting gunpowder elementals, John.
No, I'm not that mean.
That's crazy.
What?
This episode brought to you by Jeepers Creepers. When Scarecrows attack.
Looks to look great all by myself because it looks really fucking creepy. I don't know. I'm just wondering because I don't see anything you guys are doing. I tried to reload it and it didn't do anything.
Apparently my wife has just now told me there's technical difficulties.
Just for me. I'm on a
Yeah,
great
we can
map.
still see this stuff.
Yeah, say it's just me. I'm on a gray map, the gray version of this entire map. Black and white, dark gray.
That's because you're knocked out.
And I'm all by myself. So I thought I was like, oh, that's cool. I don't know how he did that, but that's cool.
Did you delete the map like I did?
I don't know how I did that. Oh, it's fixed now.
I mean, it's there. Nothing's changed for me.
Yeah, I blinded her and then I unblinded her, so it worked.
Okay, thank you.
Anyways, as I was saying, so as this thing runs up to you, Dr. Cola, ooh, nasty. Ooh, talents. It runs up to you, and what is your armor class?
17.
It has an 18 to hit with the first as it slams into you and just grips in across your chest, dealing 5 points of slashing damage.
Oh.
And then with a 19 on the second swing, it takes its other hand and it slams over and does 5 points of slashing damage.
Ow. Still up.
And since it hit with both of its claws, it gets a rend.
Uh-oh.
Yep. Yep.
And for the rend, it rolled a natural 20. So your armor takes a ding as this thing cuts from right to left, cuts from left to right, and then proceeds to just grab at your armor and try and rip your insides to your outsides, doing 13 points of damage on the rend.
Hold on, I gotta do math. Let's see.
Are you alive?
I'm about to find out.
It's 23 total.
Well, see, I was at 14.
Okay, so 5 and 5 is 10,
Puts me
leaves
at
you at 4, and then you took
13 more damage.
So 9. Do you have more than 9 hit points?
-9. You should be good.
I have more than 9 hit points as my maximum. Yes,
Then you are not dead. But
Yeah.
You are dying.
I have a max of 14.
Well, frick.
Well, since it has reduced a creature to 0 as a swift action, it's going to proceed to grab into him and start taking and yanking fistfuls out of you as it does its horrifying devour. I need Gavin and James to make a save against fear.
Yeah, that's
And Gavin's is at disadvantage.
pretty fair.
It is a wisdom saving throw, yes. You're fine.
8.
You are once again paralyzed in fear.
God damn it.
That is that one's turn. This one similarly, unnaturally, just sort of rips itself free from the from the stone cross that it rested on, and or not stone, the wooden cross that it rested on, as it jumps down and with unnatural jerky movements like a puppet on a string, runs up, and it too is going to take 2 swings at Gavin.
Who is paralyzed?
Yep. Ooh, that's a 10 to hit with the first,
That will not hit.
and a natural 20 with the second. So you'll take ding into your armor.
I have no armor. My armor is natural.
So I need you to roll a random item out of your bag. So roll a d10, and you're going to do that item on your list. It will get a notch.
So did it run up to us?
It did, and you will get to make your attack.
Okay.
That is my quarterstaff, it looks like.
All right, your quarterstaff takes a notch, and you're going to take 10 points of slashing damage. Almost on instinct, when this happens, and you hear the ripping and tearing of flesh, you turn around, drawing your blunderbuss, your shotgun, your dragon rifle, and
he crit 2 in my party, and I crit him back.
Dang, yeah.
all right, how much damage does that come out to?
All right, let me get this. 26.
What kind of damage do you do?
I believe it's piercing.
Okay.
It's a firearm, doesn't it do piercing and fire?
I don't know which one it is for that one.
Or wait, I might be thinking of a different game too. I might be thinking Starfinder.
Yeah, because I think it's pretty much piercing from what I remember. That's what I have on the sheet. So.
All right, it's piercing then. I think it's piercing too. But you turn around and you blow a good chunk of a straw goes flying out of this creature as it turns its head, and these unnaturally glowing white eyes glare over at you.
Trying to think of something witty to say, and nothing's coming.
Gavin, you are once again paralyzed.
Can Fenris still do something?
Absolutely.
Fenris is going to come over to James and give him the help action.
This Scarecrow is going to turn around and it's going to attack him from moving out of his reach.
Cool.
That is a 13 to hit Fenris.
I'm going to spend 2 luck points to reduce that by 1 to a 12, so he misses him.
All right.
All right, and then Fenris will hop over onto James's shoulder and give him the help action for his next D20 roll. That isn't a saving throw.
At the end of your turn, you can repeat the wisdom saving throw.
All right, at disadvantage?
No.
All right. Let's give you a shot. That is 16.
16. You manage to steel your nerves and shake out of it at the end of your turn. Dr. Kolai.
I roll a death save. I would like to say, DM, if it's a failure, because I can use it after the die is rolled, but before the outcome is determined, I would like to use my human aptitude talent to add a D10.
It is not a failure.
Okay.
That was a clever way around that.
I get it once a day. This is what it's for.
And it only ticks on a failure. Okay. That brings us to the Inquisitor.
All right. So the one direct south of me was the one I tagged as he was coming in.
Yes, sir.
Could tag him again. All right. Come on, grog dice. 2 in a row. Nope, that should hit. That's 16.
Did you roll with advantage?
That's 18.
Both of those hit.
All right. That would be 15 piercing, and I also needed to make a strength save as I push it back from me as a bonus action.
Let's see. That's 10.
It's pushed 5 feet away.
Understood. So that's your action and your bonus action.
Movement, I am going to drag Dr. Kolai and we're not Kolai, Gavin, and we're going to move across the line 15 feet.
You can't grab onto him. You already used your action and your bonus action. You can move you, though.
Okay. Then I will stand in front of him.
All right. Use your advantage. Perfect. That brings us to their turns. Number 13. Take one step forward. He's going to multi-attack Mr. Barlow.
It's moved within 10 feet of me and I get to shoot it.
Yep.
There's my second natural 20 for the night.
All right.
Really gonna need him.
Thank you. There's a reason why I'm rolling the grog dice. 25 piercing.
Got it. You blow a chunk out of this one right as it runs up, and the both of them are going to take 4 attacks at you, 2 from each.
Yipe.
1, 2, 3, 4. Rolling. Rolling.
Ah, jeez.
Them doggies rolling.
We have a 20, a 21, a 20, and a natural 20 for 23.
All 4 will hit.
All right. You will take a notch on your armor from the natural 20 from the crit. And I'm going to need you to... The first one's going to be 10 points of slashing damage, and I need you to make a wisdom saving throw against fear.
That is it 8? No, 7.
8. 7. You are afeared. You just shot this thing, and it kept coming. And not only did it keep coming, it kept coming faster and harder. So there's 10 from the crit, then there's 3, 8, and 5. So that's going to be a total of 3 attacks that do 8 and 8 is 16 damage after the crit does its 10.
I'm down, but just unconscious.
You're perfectly at 0?
No, I'm under 0, but not maximum. That's what I was.
Ah, understood. These things rip and tear into your friend. And with his swift action, he's going to start ripping into pieces of him. Gavin, I need you to make a save against fear.
You worked really well. We'll use you. That's cocked. That is a 16.
16, you save. That will bring us to your turn.
Cool. Barlow is unconscious. Can I grab him and throw him out of the field?
Yeah, if you want to.
Yeah, I'm grabbing him and I'm just throwing him back outside of the field.
You can move him 5 squares because of your abilities.
Okay. So I'm going to have him 2, 3. Yeah, somewhere over there. Getting him well out of range.
There. You just grab him and launch him.
And then for myself, that was my action to throw him, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, I'm gonna have to risk it. No, I already used my action. Yeah, I'm going to yeah, I'm gonna have to risk the op attack and I'm gonna move away from him. 5, 10, 15.
Oh, I was using roll 20, not dice. That's right. Let's see.
Does it make a rolling sound now?
Yes.
It does. It shows me rolling dice too.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's cool.
So that will be a 17 to hit you.
17 will hit. Yeah.
All right, I need you to make a save against fear. As this thing reaches out and sinks its claws into you as you try to run away, and you feel it tear part of your shoulder meat out.
Frick. That's a 5.
As you run away, this thing, you're feared. I rolled minimum 3 points of damage, but you're feared.
Okay. Whew. Okay, out of there. And of course, Fenris is gonna come with me. That's where I'm gonna have to hold for right now because I can't leave Edward on the edge there. Whenever I get the chance, I'm gonna try and pull him back.
Understood.
Like to use the same thing again, DM.
Would you believe I rolled another 13? 1s and 13s when I roll real dice tonight. All right. James Barlow.
Man, these things hurt.
Yeah, they crits hurt. That brings us to their turn. These two, they walk up and they look at you, Gavin, and they reach and they pull the hoods that are formed over their heads. And when they do, you see the face of Lizette Barlow and the face of Narok the Bear-Kissed before they turn and move further into the field out of sight.
I am very confused, but
It's your turn.
All right.
Scary things have disappeared out of your sight, so you're able to move freely with your fear.
Cool. I'm going to I'm gonna try and stabilize Edward. I'm not proficient in medicine.
Roll a medicine check.
Please roll well. Please roll well. Please roll well.
I've seen him do this enough. I got this, right?
How hard can it really be?
7.
He just, well, you know, first I've got to dig out the bullet wound, right? Or something, I don't know. And you just stick your hand in the holes.
Gotta make sure there's no obstructions. Edward, you're unconscious.
Edward, oh, right.
Is this supposed to be bleeding?
I'll be a son of a bitch. Edward, on your turn, you regain a hit point.
Oh, get your hand out of my chest.
I was going to say, your friend has his hand in your chest.
So that's how you fix it. There's this thing in there, and I was squeezing it.
You just had to manually restart the heart. It was fine.
No, what he did is he caused all of the pain nerves in my chest to fire at once, and that brought me up. I'm running off pure adrenaline right now.
You have one hit point.
All right. Don't worry, Edward. James is down, but I've got this.
Do the same thing to him.
For my action, I'm gonna slap Gavin as he just put his hand in my chest. It is so unsanitary. Whap! I'm gonna stand up. Oh. And I'm gonna pull out my herbalism kit that I'm not proficient with yet, but I can use thanks to my healer feat. This medic feat. I believe it's the healer feat. Yes, the healer feat. And I'm going to use my action to use it to regain hit points on myself by essentially suturing myself. Unless I'm still paralyzed.
You're not paralyzed. You cannot see. Well, no, you can see the source of your fear. As you turn back to the field, you still see that one scarecrow in the back with his wings spread wide.
I'm gonna run.
The world seems to be getting darker, and it almost seems like the green lines of necromantic energy in the sky are all forming lines straight to his head across the sky.
Yep, I'm going to action, movement, run.
That gets you 45 feet away.
Yep, I'm moving 45 feet away.
50 feet away.
Yep, I'm moving to the other side of the well.
No.
As you see Edward get up, he gets really angry, he goes to slap you, and then he looks at the horizon and just books it.
So, I'll take care of James.
I crouch down behind the well.
On its turn, you hear the sound of two large leathery wings. Gavin, push. And when they do, all the corn in the back of the field lays down as this creature takes off straight up into the air.
Really wish we had the bear here.
Oh god, maybe that's the thing that I saw. It's the owl. Took off Bob and left his boots.
That brings us to your turn, Gavin.
I'm going to once again reach my hand inside of James and try and stabilize him.
Roll your medicine check, and it is at disadvantage because you got 1 level of exhaustion.
Oh yeah. That's not bad. 16.
You can reroll your save at the end of your turn. 16. The DC is 15 in order to do that to somebody without a medicine kit or without a healer's kit. So you get it. You stabilize him.
17.
You're no longer afeared. You watch this thing take off as it goes out of sight. You.
Oh God, my chest. Oh God, Gavin, I need to teach you some things.
I think I stabilized James. He's not awake though. Is that bad? I did throw him really hard.
You are effectively out of initiative.
I'm going to use my herbalism kit, and I'm going to gain 1d6 plus 4 hit points. As I just start packing my wound with medical herbs and things, and just, ow. 6. I gained 6. And just so all you viewers understand how that feat works, is I can do that to everybody once per long rest.
With the herbalism kit?
It's a herbalism kit, alchemy supplies, or a healer's kit.
Oh, that's cool. So even though you're out of healer's kits, you can still use. That's really cool.
I think you already used that earlier on Gavin, right?
I had used it earlier in town.
Okay.
But,
Mr. Barlow?
yeah.
Mr. Barlow.
I'm then going to start making my way back towards them.
Edward, why didn't you tell me this medicine thing was so simple? You just reach your hand inside, squeeze, and everything works.
You got very lucky.
All right.
Let me take a look. And I'm going to kneel down, and I'm going to use the healer feat action with my herbalism kit, and I'm going to try and heal up Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow, roll a d10.
1.
1. Mr. Barlow's right arm appears to be fractured.
Gavin, could you do me a favor? Head up
Yes.
to the fence and grab 2 planks. When I wake him up, he's not going to be happy, but I can't help him until we get back to town. Because I can't fix that with a herbalism kit. I need a healer's kit.
Very well. Go and rip off 2 planks from the fence.
And before I administer medical aid, I am going to tie the planks to his arm, lashing it to his arm just to try and keep it straight for now. It'll disable that arm, but...
You got it.
And then he regains 7 hit points as I start packing his chest and with bandages and medical herbs and the straight ear of corn.
You got that down to 0 too, didn't you?
I did.
I need you to roll a d10.
Which I actually meant to bring up to you, DM. I did have a lingering wound.
Ah, okay.
So
Thank
would it
you.
be that one opens?
Roll a d20 first.
16.
16. The wound remains closed.
Okay. And then for the D10, I rolled a 2.
2. You have a lingering injury now on your leg that needs to be treated.
Just all limping back to town.
With enough time in a healer's kit, I can fix all of it.
Maybe during the running you twisted your ankle, just like a young girl in a 80s horror movie.
Oh dear!
What, does Edward Polar wear heels?
I mean, butchers of the time.
Yeah. I was gonna say.
Is it really?
Yes, back in the day, they were originally made for butchers. It would keep them elevated off the floor because it would be constantly covered in blood.
It's not sanitary for your feet to be coated in blood like that.
And then nobles took it because it made their legs look good in stockings.
And then they got hired.
You always, if you see a picture of the King of England, or the King of France, or any high nobility, they're usually wearing heels.
It's a little fancy
Yeah.
shoes.
Now, granted, they didn't wear like stilettos, but platform heels.
So you could be wearing okay.
Yes, Edward Cola canonly now wears stiletto combat boots.
Sure. Regardless, you twisted your ankle.
So I'm gonna be limping around a little bit. I will.
Nursing the wounds from your defeat.
Gavin, could I borrow your quarterstaff for the time being?
Certainly. It did take a bit of a hit there.
I just needed to.
Fight.
Yep, that works. And yeah, I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna use that as like a walking cane for now.
Mr. Barlow, are you?
Oh,
I'm awake. I'm fine. What seemed to happen?
well, whatever you do, don't look at your chest.
Immediately looks at his chest.
You have a hole in your chest that's packed with medical herbs and bandages.
Oh,
You're in shock right now. You probably won't feel the pain yet. It's going to hurt a lot.
it already does.
It will be worse. I assure you. I can fix most of this, if not all of it, when we get back to town. But did I see that correctly? Did a Scarecrow charge me and then everything went black? Was that correct?
Yes.
Was I eviscerated
Yes.
by a Scarecrow?
Yes, you were assaulted by a scarecrow. Mr. Barlow and I started to fight them, and then the one that took you out, Mr. Barlow, apparently swung very hard, knocked you all the way over here and hurt your arm. Barely managed to get out of there myself, but they pulled their masks off, and it may have been an illusion, but it looked to be Miss Barlow and Mr. Narok.
Those bastards.
That is.
I'm the one hitting you.
That
This ain't no wonder you have a broken arm. Her arm was one hit.
By the way, don't try to bend that arm, as I point to your lashed arm.
I can see it's braced. Thank you.
Yes, you seem to land on it poorly.
Well, something knocks me 25 feet. I would expect something like this.
From my vantage point, it looked like it threw you, but I didn't have a clear line of sight.
Well, you were mildly bleeding to death, and you yourself have your own hole in your chest.
That is very true. So we can either keep looking for our compatriots, or just assume that they are dead and gone, and we head back to town and call it a day.
I will not give up on my sister.
But I also don't think there's anything we can do for them in the shape we're in. It might be best for us to recuperate first. I don't know entirely what was going on, but it didn't sound like there was fighting earlier. So I don't think Miss Barlow or Mr. Narok, and quite frankly, I don't think anything could really kill Mr. Narok. I believe they may be somewhere in there, and they may very well have been those strange
Looking back,
Scarecrows.
is it still lying flat, or did it raise back up after the creature took off?
Still flat.
Looking across the field, is there anything inherently just lying in the field?
It's just flat in that one circle, and like there's crops still standing between that, but you can just tell that it falls flat in that area because it's not continuing.
Okay.
You can go investigate it if you like.
Well, Mr. Barlow,
There are no scarecrows in the field.
it does not appear that there's any more of those things out in the field. If you wish to lead the way, I will gladly follow you from 30 feet away.
I do happen to agree with the assessment of we need assistance here. It's clearly very, very powerful magic.
I don't even necessarily know if it's magic. I saw the creature, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Like you watch that thing fly straight up. Its wings were huge.
There's some sort of monstrous creature with bat-like wings. Some sort of monstrous creature with bat-like wings. I don't believe it's necessarily magic, but
there's at least a magical effects in there.
yes. Mr. Barlow, you were yourself I believe you said you were a hunter or a monster hunter of sorts. Does this ring any bells for you?
Does this ring any bells for me?
Do you go investigate the field?
Just using what I've seen already.
Looking, it sounds like some sort of vampire, maybe, or a lycanthropic bat. But the symbol that it left in the field that is laid out in the corn, I have placed on the roll 20. Well, there it is.
There we go.
It could be something the vampire nature or something cursed like Norak is some sort of lycanthropic bat.
What do you suppose this symbol means? Can I make an Arcana check?
I was going to say the same thing.
Oh, you can absolutely make an Arcana check.
Okay. Oh, I have to do this at disadvantage because of exhaustion point.
Yep.
That is, say, 13 on the dice plus 4 for 17. I don't know why I'm talking like this. I just am.
I don't know. Maybe you've been hanging out with Mr. Nice too much, I guess. You never know how things are like that, man. But with 17 on that check, what you're going to find out is that seems way too precise to be somewhat random. But as far as your knowledge of the arcane goes, you're not sure that that's that. It seems of a more divine nature.
James did his check and got a 23, by the way.
Then you too are certain that it is of a divine nature. You are certain now that you have to roll a religion check. That's what you discovered. You discovered what check it is you need to roll.
I'm actually very proficient in religion. I will give that a try.
I am not, but I'm going to give it a try anyway because I have a religious family.
Yeah, both at disadvantage now.
Edward is going to stand there holding his chest like an old man leaning on a stick.
Both checks at disadvantage?
Yes.
Okay.
We've all had
And for me.
Awesome until the doctor tends you.
Okay, so that is 17?
17. 17, that is the symbol of hell. The devil himself.
That is quite the ominous warning. I've done some training in previous jobs. That's from hell.
What on earth is going on in this town?
You say that's a symbol of hell?
Of the devil in charge.
Okay, good luck. And I'm going to start slowly limping away.
Edward, don't go too far. You might be accosted by something.
What happened last time you wandered off by yourself?
I found a beautiful glade that I was standing in, and everything was beautiful. And then something punched me. I don't remember too much about that. In fact, where were we when that happened? That's
not too far out of town. Less than a day.
But physically,
I don't remember much.
Physically, it might have been Fae connected, from what I could remember.
This is still very, very strange. There's warlocks who are obsessed with this town. There are strange going-ons here. There's that incident with the cattle rancher, all of his cattle vanishing. There's something strange going on here.
No shit, Sherlock.
Regardless, if we want to get your sibling and Mr. Narak back, we may have to look into this more thoroughly.
Well, if you want to go find them, there's a field. I suggest walking into it. I will be right here waiting for you, giving you moral support. If you bring them back to me, I will treat them.
If we are dealing with something of ultimate evil and ultimate good here, the gods or the seraphs or whatever they might be.
Or something that wants to at least imitate it.
Wasn't there a holy person in town?
She was a cleric, I believe. Edward, you spoke with them, him, her.
Her, she was a very straightforwardly nice lady.
Then we should
She did not want me anywhere near her implements. I found it quite rude. But everybody else seems to like her.
Well, if you can put that aside, we're going to need help here. This is beyond anything I've been trained for. As much as I hate to leave my sister out there afflicted in some manner, I cannot help her in my condition.
Speaking of your sister and changing gears for a few minutes, was that Barlow? You find yourself in darkness. The entire world is black. You go to reach your hands to rub your face and your arms are tied behind your back.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Stop making math jokes. Okay. So you go to move your arms to wipe your face or wipe your eyes, move whatever's in front of your face, and they are tied behind your back. You take a second and you start rubbing around. It feels like you're tied to a chair.
A chair, okay.
And your hands are on another chair. In fact, your hands are touching two very large hands.
Holding hands with... Okay. How big are, like, they're not like just normal like bigger hands, they're like huge compared to my hands, or
Hard to tell.
okay. And I can't get out. I haven't really tried, but I'm tied to another chair. Do I have my stuff? Well, I can't see. Does it feel like I have my things?
There's no way for you to tell.
Okay.
The air is very stuffy where you are.
Can I try to break out? Would it be strength?
What do you want to do?
What am I don't even know what I'm tied with, do I? I assume rope, but
Hard to tell.
I say it's hard to tell. Can I like shake or pinch the person's hands that I'm tied to?
Yeah.
Try to get whoever.
Is that what you do?
Yeah, just try to.
Narok, you wake up from someone pinching your hands, and suddenly your entire body feels like it's on fire.
Oh, good. Yeah. I just wake up with like a loud like yell, roar, kind of.
That's what you hear. You hear
Yeah.
a monster roar out behind you.
I feel like this is karma.
Narok, you too are tied to a chair, and whatever you're tied with hurts.
Can I try to break it?
Roll a strength check at disadvantage.
Okay. That was a 17 and a 19 plus numbers. 20. 5.
25. 25 is the DC. You start to pull, and when you do, you hear a yelp. Lizette, around your neck and chest, you feel tightening.
Oh god.
As you feel this pulling, as whatever was tied around your neck and chest has now gotten very tight.
Oh shit.
You got about 5 words. Nothing?
No, I don't have cloth. Okay, cut it out!
Do you cut it out?
I hear her voice.
Yes.
I stop.
Okay.
I put my hands back, like behind me, to like not hurt her.
Yeah.
And when he stopped moving, I can let it's fine now?
Yeah, you feel
Okay.
whatever it was loosen.
Yeah. Whatever you did hurts a lot.
I'm sorry, I didn't know. Where are we?
But you did break enough to where you can reach your face without, cutting her into pieces.
If I can reach my face, can I?
Yep. You pull
like,
the
twist?
bag off of your head, and you look around. It's leather bags on your head. Yes. What? Burlap sacks, right? Burlap.
Can I turn? Can I undo the rope enough where I can turn around and see her?
Yeah. Yeah, you pull it off, and what you're looking around, and you see that you are bound with bright chains. It is silver. You are both tied to these chairs with silver chains. And your chains in particular are wrapped in a way that whenever you struggle against them or move too much, they tighten around her chest and neck. And her chains, similarly, are looped and threaded to where they'll tie around your neck.
Okay.
The silver is what burns.
Mm-hmm.
You have an allergy.
Mm-hmm.
The room that you are in is dimly lit. It seems to be some sort of straw hut or wooden hut.
First things first, I'm going to take the burlap sack off her head.
Light floods. You can see what I described a second ago.
Oh, thank the God. I thought I had no eyes there for a second. I was getting really concerned.
Not yet. You're still on level 1. As you look at the ground is covered in, it's a straw floor. Looks like a straw roof.
Miss Barlow,
It's a circular room that you're in, and there doesn't appear to be any door.
That's terrific.
Miss Barlow, I need you to take these chains off me. They hurt really bad.
Okay, if I can get out of mine, I can probably take yours off.
I try to like make it so loose on her where she can slide out. Like I'll move to however.
I
I'll
got
work
you.
with her.
Since you can see working together is possible, go ahead and roll a dexterity check, Narok. It is at disadvantage because of the silver, but for you to try and wiggle your way around to give her enough slack to.
I was going to Misty Step with my once a day, with my one of my 2 times a day abilities. Now that I can see to Misty Step. That's what I was gonna. I just couldn't see anything.
So Narok, you do this, and let's see how well you do.
I got a 15.
15, you do really well. You feel these chains loosen up on you. And then all of a sudden, Narok, you feel no weight on them. And she is standing in front of you.
The chains are still on me though.
Arm just sort of move forward and solidify into her. Like she was made out of smoke.
That's a neat trick. Can you get these off me, please?
Yes. I'll try to get those off of him now that I'm no longer attached to him.
Now that you're no longer attached to him, I mean, it's easy enough. He will still be, he's still got like wrist cuffs.
Mm-hmm.
You had wrist cuffs. It's wrist cuffs and like ankle cuffs.
Yeah.
Where these chains are connected, but it's loose enough now that like It's easy for you to, untwist here and lift the chair leg there, and you're still chained, but it doesn't hurt nearly as much. This is iron. The chains are silver.
Okay, so it's not attached to silver anymore, though. Okay.
No. So you're no longer burning. You no longer have that disadvantage. But you're free to stand up. This chamber isn't quite tall enough for you. It's about a 6 foot tall chamber.
Okay.
Do we see? Is our stuff in here?
You are in a white dress.
Okay.
No.
All right.
Nerok is also in a white dress.
I was gonna ask.
I feel pretty.
Does the dress fit him?
Well, I mean, they're not very nice dresses. One might use the word sacrificial gown.
Okay. Well, I just didn't know if they carried like dresses or sacrificial gowns for someone of his size. That's what I was wondering.
This is the nicest dress I have ever
They
worn.
have them on hand. I just didn't know if they had something like that on hand for his size. Is what I was getting at.
He fills out the sleeves very well.
And there's no door.
Is this a Wicker Man?
A weapon.
If you've never been inside a Wicker Man, but if you were, you have a feeling this was what it would look like.
We need to get out right
It
now.
smells like oil.
Yes, I need a pointy thing to stab through the straw to make sure it's not gonna attack or whatever's gonna happen on the outside isn't bad.
I try to barrel through the wall.
Or that.
With your strength score, it's not a problem.
I will walk out after him if he breaks a hole through it.
He absolutely breaks a hole through it. So this is a round room, okay? And for
Okay.
all intents and purposes, let me just... Wonderful. So if you look at your tokens on the map, Lizette is facing one direction, and Nerok is now facing the opposite direction.
Okay.
And you are in a circle. Pick a direction, Nerok.
I'll let a D4 make that decision for me. South. No, south.
You barrel out of this wicker and straw and stick made wall. And when you do, you hear the sound of many, many sticks cracking behind you as it starts to collapse. Lizette makes her way out behind you, and this thing, you broke out of one of the legs, which was 30 feet across. This one seems significantly larger than the other one.
The one that he saw in town?
Yes.
Okay.
It significantly. One leg is 30 feet across.
Jeez. I assume this isn't anywhere near town, considering you would have seen it?
So as this thing starts to crack and collapse, you hear the sound of people screaming coming from inside the thing.
Oh.
As you look up and you see this massive, geez, this thing has to be at least 100 feet tall, 80 feet tall, and it is toppling.
There's screaming coming from inside.
Yes. from where you're standing, it sounds like it's coming from up.
There's
And it's
people
falling
down there.
towards you. What do you do?
It's falling towards us. Get out of the
Yes.
way.
I said, get out of the way. I don't have my stuff. There's nothing I can do. I can't grab anyone or anything. I'm out of the way.
Yeah, same. Just move out of the way. There's nothing we can do. We have to move.
Yeah, you know what? I just move out of the way with this. Oh, well, we have gotten.
If they die this way, it's better than the other way.
Yeah, but we've gotten Dr. E. coli business at least, though, so.
The thing collapses and you manage to run out of the way. Instead of falling towards you, it's falling towards the broken leg that you have created. And you run southwards away from it. As this thing collapses, you hear screaming suddenly cease. A loud crashing noise.
We're no longer tied up and we're out of the thing. But whatever we just did is going to attract the attention of whoever put us
In a
there.
language, what languages do both of you speak?
Estoyan, Dwarvish, Charnal, Hydrock, and Beescant.
Ah,
Velikan, giant, primordial.
you don't understand what they're saying there, Rock. But Lizette, you do. You hear someone in High Burok say, hello? Is anybody out there? Can anyone help me?
Is there a sun in the sky?
No.
Oh, it's still dark, so we're still in the light. Okay. And High Bureau,
It sounds like it's coming from
the
the other leg that is still standing. Part of it. If you're looking at the Wicker Man, you broke out the left leg, right? And it fell to the left side, which caused the right side foot or the bottom of the right leg to still be standing because it broke sideways. Do you get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And this is coming from inside that other foot.
Okay, I'm gonna High Bureau, I'm gonna respond. Hold on, we'll get you out.
Oh, thank the gods.
Narok, there's someone in the other leg still.
We need to figure out where we are. I don't care about anyone else.
Mother Aurelia, keeper of the hearth.
He might know how we got here. He seems to be more conscious than we were.
If you want to attend to him, go ahead. I will look around.
Right, I'm gonna try to get him out.
You go over to the other foot and you sort of pull it apart or climb over, what have you get it. And you see 3 people tied to chairs like you were.
Oh,
And one of them is moving, 2 are slumped over.
okay, I'm gonna get the one that's moving out.
Hello? I can hear you out there.
High Bureau.
Is that you?
Yes.
Gavin, why did you take me?
Gavin, what?
Hello?
Wait. And High Bureau. Gavin, what? Your friend's last name is. What is Gavin's last name?
Please, whoever you are, lady,
How do you know?
Fräulein, please let me out.
I gotta let him know. How does he know Gavin? I shot back in the rock. He knows Gavin.
Oh, did Gavin trick you in here as well?
I don't trust it.
A human being, an older man, yellowed skin from age and sun, dark black hair, a white Fu Manchu mustache. Oh, hello.
Hello.
Are you going to get me out of here? Please let me go.
Yes. You know Gavin?
Oh, yes, Gavin was my assistant.
Gavin, do you happen to know Gavin's last name or?
No, I hired him as a guide, and I heard a loud crash.
Does he have blonde?
Oh goodness, look at this mess. Do you think we'll find anything good to eat around here? I'm starving.
Let me focus on getting you out first. I don't think we're talking about the same Gavin.
They too are tied in silver chains.
Are they all conscious?
One of them is conscious. He just pulled his mask.
I mean, alive. The other two, are they alive?
The other two are snoring.
I'm gonna get that one guy out first, and I'll untie the other ones.
You untie them. They are snoring and unconscious. One is an older female, about the same age as the first man, and the other is a middle-aged female, around about 35 years old. They look very much alike. The older woman and the younger woman.
Sir, do you know them?
Oh. And he runs over and he cradles the younger one, and he starts singing a Burok lullaby.
I'm gonna give you a moment. I'll be outside.
And then he scoops the other one up in his arms, and he's on his knees with both of their heads in his arms, and he just starts praying out to Aurelia, the Hearthkeeper, that his girls wake up. You get the sense that one is his wife and the other is his daughter.
I'll give you a moment. I'll be outside. And I'll help Narok. We'll try to figure out where the hell we are.
Taking a look around Narok, how do you try to figure out where you are? You're in your immediate vicinity. You're in some sort of field cleared out of a forest. The trees are dead, as are most trees in Estoya. But it's a very large forest in all directions. One thing that does stick out to you almost immediately is that there are dead bodies tied to the trees around this circle sort of glade. Long dead. Very smelly.
What would I do? I don't know much about Astoria to really do a nature check to recall lore. Could I do a survival check to see if there are footprints coming from this Wicker Man going in any particular direction?
Okay. Sure. You absolutely can. And this Wicker Man, it was kind of in the center of this glade, which approximately 100-foot radius of cleared out trees where trees haven't grown. It's not like covered in stumps or nothing. It's just cleared land. It's about 100-foot radius, and in the center of that 100-foot radius was this huge Wicker Man.
Okay. That will be a 23.
23. As you search around the ground, you can tell that many things were both walked to here as well as dragged here by many different individuals. It's hard to get a guess, but you place it at about a dozen, maybe a dozen and a half separate individuals that have been working towards this area, and it is long tread ground.
Okay.
As in, this isn't like, oh, this is people who have started doing this in the last week. Like,
no, it's high traffic area.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At one point during your investigation, as you're searching the different tracks and such, you start to move towards the tree line, and when you do, these dead bodies, and they start moving, and their arms lunge forward to you. And whenever the one does this, the rest of them do this.
Good thing they're tied to the trees.
They are all staked to the trees in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 points. It looks like the stakes are situated in 3 concentric triangles.
I am going to head back to Lizette.
Zed, you hear the sounds of zombies moaning. Oh no, is that the monsters out there again?
What do you mean again?
Oh no, they've woken up again. I didn't do it, I swear.
No, that might be my friend. How long have you been here? Do you know?
I don't what? I don't, there's no way I could tell that. I'm very hungry. Do you have any food?
No, all my stuff is gone.
Oh, my stuff is gone too.
I'm gonna go out to Narok.
Miss Bottle, there are.
Very heavy, and I am a very weak old man.
Is he? Okay, I'll try to carry one of them.
You pick him up easy enough.
I'll carry one of them out.
But be careful, watch her head. She's not a sack of potatoes.
Carry one out and set her down gently outside.
As you get back, Narok is walking back up to you, and you hear the sound, and you look around, and you're surrounded by zombies. And you immediately jump into a defensive mode, dropping the poor woman on her head. Bam! And then you look and see that the zombies aren't proceeding.
They're not moving.
They are waiting at the tree line for you.
There are Draga, with undead.
Oh no, Vindy! And he runs over and he cradles the old woman's head that you dropped against the ground.
Oops.
Well, crack!
Oops. They're stuck to trees. Okay.
We need to leave.
Yeah,
I don't have my stuff.
I don't have anything either. He knows Gavin. He says Gavin tricked him in here.
Yes, that son of a bitch. I can't believe he did that. You know, I hired him and I paid him good and fair, and then he did this to us. And then he stole my cart.
Okay. What does Gavin look like?
Well, he was a very nice young man. Very handsome, blonde hair, blue eyes, and he came to us and he said that we needed a guide to get through the forest roads. And so we hired him and we paid him the exorbitant fee. And I tell you, it was a very exorbitant fee. He charged me 10 whole gold pieces for 1 day of work. And then, halfway through the day, I bonk me in the head and I wake up inside that foul room.
You said a man as a human, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
He wore guard clothes. He's supposed to be a good guy. Why he do this?
What town are you from? You speak High Bureau, but we're in a...
Oh, we are travelers. We are traveling merchants.
Okay.
We go all over. We just come from the war lines at the spine of the world.
More missing merchants.
Spine of the world. Oh. Wow.
Spine of the world. Where is that?
Yes, I mean, it's not like we were there yesterday.
We came from that direction. Okay.
Yeah, we figured why not try Astoria, right? The land all our own, away from the Empire and their stupid taxes. So many taxes. And so we come visit the nice town of Anvemere, and we stay, and they put us in the lodge house and call us heroes, and it's a very nice town. And we leave, and once we leave and get on the road, we meet Gavin, and he says that everyone needs a guide for dangerous roads.
They called you heroes too. They said you were prophesized to save the city.
What? No.
No, you said they called you heroes.
Yes. We made very much money in the city selling our wares. They said they have not had merchants in a very long time. They bought all of the flour, they bought all of the corn seeds, they bought all of the leatherworks, they even bought the glassware, and I've been trying to pawn that off for a long time. Let me tell you, no one has money for glass these days.
Okay. We can talk more later. As you can see, we're kind of outnumbered by undead.
The only time I hear those monsters wake up is whenever Gavin or whoever brings people or wood here. they were building something. I think that monstrosity. And he points at the Wicker Man.
They were going to burn you alive for sacrifice. Let's leave.
Yeah.
Where am I supposed to go? I can't carry both of my beautiful women.
I can.
Oh, you'll take care of us. Wonderful.
I look at Lizette. Do you want to look for others?
Strong man. Or do I just call you bare hands?
Bare hands works.
And you, I think you look like you know a thing or two about dreaming. I will call you Sleepy Girl.
That works.
Yes.
Sleepy girl, do you want to check at the other survivors, or we need to leave?
We should leave.
So, okay. Keep up, little man.
How far apart are these trees, though? Like, if we walk by the trees, are the undead gonna try to get us, or like, is it far enough apart? Okay.
Don't walk close.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Straight
saying.
line.
Like get like in the middle between them. I'm gonna try to carefully walk between them forward. I'm not in there.
I mean, the path has to be wide enough for these people to be dragging stuff in. So, I mean, if we stay to the middle of that path, we should be good, right?
Be good.
Go ahead and roll a perception check. And it is sight-based perception.
Ooh, wow. Okay. 28.
Oh, hell.
Gosh, 14.
14, you don't see it.
No.
Narok, it is clear as day to you. Looking around with your sharp senses and your sharp sense of hearing towards the north end of this field. Three trees don't have zombies on them. They have straw men painted to look like zombies. You figure that's the way you're supposed to go.
I'll point it out to Lizette.
After he points it out, you see 3 figures that don't move.
Is that what it is?
Well, wait for me. Yes. And he turns around, he spits, he says a few curse words in Burok.
Guess we're gonna go that way. I'm gonna try it because I just realized I could do it. Try to reach out to my brother if he's within a mile, be able to contact him. I assume not.
You feel no tug, no answer.
I figured not, but I wanted to see if you're at least we're in the 1 mile. Okay, so we're pretty far.
But you head north out of this area. And when you do, you are in the forest. The sun is high in the sky. You figure there's about 2 hours until sunset.
We gotta find somewhere to make camp near Rock before it gets night.
Oh no, we really do need guides. Moving on over to the other side. The 3 of you managed to limp your way back towards town. That's which way you were headed, right?
I think we were about to walk into the field to see if they were still there. And then we were going to head back to town.
You walk back into the field and the scarecrows are gone. And the bodies that were on the ground, half covered in growth, are gone.
Well, I don't know what happened to Narok or your sister, but there's no one here.
Whenever you look, your dogs are also gone.
And my dogs have run off. Fantastic.
Well,
as is your Raven, Pip.
Well, Pip ran off a while ago because he got mad.
Mm-hmm.
well, they're not. If they're not there, we saw that side of essentially divine magic of some kind, evil specifically. They are probably very much gone and not in that field anymore. Gentlemen, please do be careful in town. I'm afraid there might be more to this.
Well, first things first, before we can do anything, we should go and see that cleric that they had, at least to get our wounds fixed.
I don't disagree with that at all.
Once we continue on to town, we really should sit down and see if anybody knows anything about scarecrows or if anybody has gone missing. Maybe not even from the town itself. They did say that they had a wary attitude toward travelers and strangers. What that says to me is they've seen travelers and strangers. They don't have any in the town.
Right.
At least as far as we were able to tell, or at least as far as I was able to tell. Either that or they don't stay very long. There's
Roll
probably a
perception
reason
check.
for that. Perception.
All of you, all three of you.
Yeah, disadvantage for me.
It is at disadvantage. For all.
7.
Understood.
7.
Understood. Lucky number.
Can I beat it? I think I can with a 3.
I was kind of hoping you'd get a 7 too. Maybe John would give us something for that.
You know what? Just the rule of cool, I probably would. Well, 7, 7,
Wait,
7.
how many luck points do I have?
Three of you working together. No, you are absorbed in what you are saying to each other.
But we should see if any of those people have disappeared in the night other than just leaving. Because they say they've seen them, they're wary of them, which speaks mind to me that either one very bad person came through or many bad people have come through, and it's curious to say the least. But we should have our holes in our chests fixed. I think, Mr. Barlow, yours is starting to turn a bit yellow. We should move to town.
Gavin will kind of get closer to Edward, switch to Burok, and kind of whisper to him, do see if you can get a healing kit. My leg is injured, and you know very well I can't let another doctor take a look at me.
I'm going to lift up my hair, and you'll see a very deep-looking gash going all the way across and down to my ear. I'm well aware. And I'm going to let my hair drop back down. And then I'm going to start limping towards the road on my twisted ankle.
Mason, was that just like what kind of Burok? Just Burok? Or
Hi, Burok.
Okay.
I don't know what languages you know, but I know me and Edward share at least a language that we haven't seen anyone else speak.
Okay. I was just curious.
Yeah, no, hi, Burok. It's what I whisper to him. It's what I whisper to him.
As you go, you follow the path on back to town. It doesn't take you much. It takes you about 5 minutes longer to get there than it did to get to the farm, so about 15 minutes this time. As you travel down the road, you can see standing in the middle of the road, ooh, I forgot to grab his token, is Mr. Nice, who is very loudly telling whoever will stop and listen of your group's exploits and how you rescued him from the throes and throngs of death at the hands of foul beasties. I could do it in his voice if you prefer.
Yes, please.
And there I was, and I was all tied up, and I didn't know what was going to happen, and I swear I started saying my prayers on the railing because I thought man, this was the last day you was gonna see a nice guy around here. And then out of nowhere, this big, strong, handsome fellow with yellow hair shows up and he hits me in the head with a stick for some reason. I don't know why. But then next thing you know, they rescue me and they pull me out and the house stops on fire. And then it's not on fire. And the nice blonde guy, he almost burned to death. But that'll be all right because he's fine now. They're on their way back now. He was just looking at my well. He asked me if my well usually has monsters. You know me, I don't ever keep monsters in my well. It's like my dad said, you know, you got to clean out every corner of your farm or else the monsters will show up. And never ever sleep with your toes at the bottom of the blanket or the monsters come. And Mr. Nice ain't never done none of that because I'm a nice guy. Guy Nice ain't never done none of that.
Mr. Nice.
Oh, there they are. Look, there's the hero's heir to the conquering hero. Come on, big guy. Let me buy you a drink. He holds your arm up high. I heard one.
No.
You look a little worse for wear there, son.
Yes, we encountered
Do you
something.
have- What kind of scarecrows do you put up in your field?
Well, usually I put up straw, but this year I thought I'd be clever and I'd save some straw for the cow, and I used gravel.
That would explain what occurred, yes. We were examining things to make sure that the bandits that you described were indeed gone. Some of our compatriots are looking further into it.
It was real nice of them to leave the half of the field because that half of the field's already promised. That's good. I'm glad. Everything's all right?
Promised how?
What?
You said it's promised.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Well, and he looks over at old man Henrik, who is giving that look right there. Well, let me go on and tell you something. He called me crazy. He said it wouldn't do nothing. But first things first, Mr. Guy said his prayers, and I told the gods, I tell them what? I said, if you take care of me and make sure that I live to see my next birthday, then you can have half my field. Sure did. Lo and behold, look what the old gods done did. They done saved half my field.
To which god did you dedicate this?
But I don't understand the question.
Well, you said you were. Oh no, I apologize. I believe I misunderstood. Sorry, there's still a lot of ringing in my ear. Do continue.
You do realize that your field was intentionally laced with gunpowder. That's how the fire started.
Well, yeah, them bandits. The bandits said they was gonna burn everything I own because I wouldn't give it to them. I told them it was promised and I couldn't do it.
Well, the other half is still laced. It didn't catch, but it's still there. And
Oh, by the power of the old God.
very well. Can you point us to Ayla, I think it was? Your residential arena.
Ayla was the merchant which brought it.
That's right.
Marina's the doctor.
Could you point us towards Marina?
Oh yeah, she's the one to tell us all about the old gods. Thank the word for Marina. Thank the word for Henrik. I told you it'd work. You said that they don't work that way. I told you I'm going to the lodge. I'm going to get drunk. You boys meet me there whenever you want your drinks. I'm sure Madge will pay for them herself. And he looks over at Madge and winks, and then walks over towards the tavern. Madge does not look amused.
All right, her facility was this way, and I'm going to start leading them to where the hospital was.
I'm doing my best to make myself look like I have a perfectly normal gait, even though it really hurts from the burn on my leg.
You guys walk over here, and when you get here, Ayla and Felden are resting in a set of medical cots. Marina is sat nearby, and she is telling a story.
We can hear her telling us before we actually enter.
Yes, you can hear her talking, and then as you listen a bit, you can hear her saying, and thus the winter of the old gods had finally passed, and the age of man was there to rise once again. So saith the book. And on to the next chapter of the book. This is the chapter of Took from the 5th chapter of the book. And you hear Ayla and Hidrick. Ugh.
I'm gonna open the door, sort of holding my cloak.
She immediately stops. Haven't you heard of knocking?
I believe we are in need of assistance. As I'm gonna open up my cloak.
She gets up and she closes the door. And then she walks back. Well, you don't see what she does. She gets up and she closes the door on you.
Oh, darn. I was going to fall over for dramatic effect.
Yeah.
With my wound open and everything, just...
You can fall into the door now, but...
A knock on the door.
Oh, yes, 1 second. Opens the door. Gives a quick glare at Edward. And then, hello. You're the new visitors in town.
Yes, ma'am, we are.
My name's Marina. I am the acolyte of this church.
You may call me James Barlow, ma'am.
I've heard a lot about you. You're a very popular man in town today.
Well, thank you.
Oh,
I don't...
Merlin, you look horrible. Hold on.
He takes off his hat.
Starts to touch and do a medicine check on you.
Takes off his hat as she does so. It's polite. I'm afraid me and my companions have been, well, dang near laid low.
Oh, goodness, you done picked a fight with them bandits, huh? I tell people, stop picking with them bandits. Everyone knows Dameron deserters are the best dang fighters there are. Hold on. And she pulls out her medicine kit and she starts twisting and turning and flailing. You'll regain 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 hit points.
Nice.
Anything above is 10. And you, oh, okay, well, you look fine, but this student, come on.
Yeah, I'm gonna limp my way in.
$13 to you. Are you sure you're fine? My goodness.
I of
You
course
must
am.
run real quick. That's what it is, isn't it? There's no shame in it. It's okay.
I'm quite fine, of course. Though I did wish to inquire, as word around town is that you are...
She pokes you in the ribs hard.
Mm. You have quite the good fist there.
Oh, so you're not quite as fine as you look, huh? Something's wrong.
It's just...
Fiddling with you.
I would like to resist.
Okay. You start pushing her. Stop it now.
No. I'm perfectly fine. Though I did wish to inquire, as this is, from what I understand, a church of healing as well. If you had any medical supplies for my compatriots and myself, should the day come that I am injured.
For him, no.
Possibly then for myself, that I might just to resupply.
Absolutely.
Of course, if I could just resupply my healer's kit.
You're very polite, and it goes a long way.
I thought
Absolutely, son.
a hospital, not a church.
It'll be time and a half. So I think that's 15, right?
15 for a healer's kit?
It's time and a half for a healer's kit. So
healer's kit is originally 5 gold, so time and a half would be 7.5.
So 7.
Okay. So down 7 gold. That is restocked. Might I perchance be able to get you to relinquish an extra kit? I'd like to be prepared, and this was did not quite last as long as I was expecting it to.
Fortunately, I can't. Traders just don't come like they used to. The bandits have gotten worse on the roads, and we don't get merchants into town anymore. So what I have is what I have, and I've got to take care of all these folk.
I see.
People come knocking on, don't even know how to knock on my door begging for help.
Edward's just going to sit down and be quiet.
Yes. Out of curiosity, Miss, I believe I overheard it was Marina?
Yes, my name is Marina.
Of course.
Your name is Gavin.
Yes, of course.
My sister has told me all the things you've promised her that I have to keep now.
I'm sure you'll be able to do so effortlessly. I did wish to inquire. This is a church, and from what I understand, you are a cleric. May I ask
I am the only cleric in these roundabouts. It is me and my head priest Henrik.
See. May I ask to which divine being do you serve?
I believe that one should not confine their worship to a single divine being, for in these days and age, doing so almost guarantees that you'll catch an empty net.
Those are wise
see.
words.
Then might I inquire as to what divine beings do you typically honor around these parts?
Well, we just finished a 2-day celebration to the gods of the wood. In which we burned an effigy outside, laced with the blood of fresh sacrificial lambs.
Interesting.
In order to protect our harvest through the winter.
Did we see any lamb, sheep as we were coming into town, or any evidence of livestock?
It's a farmer's town. There's much evidence of livestock.
I mean, other than like
you did not pass a sheep farm.
Yeah, I'm thinking other than just like chickens and pigs, things that actually need.
Well, you've seen goats and you haven't seen sheep. It's probably because they just killed a bunch of them.
Right.
Interesting. Are you familiar, out of curiosity, are you familiar with any of the laws and other traditions of this region?
We pay our taxes, if that's what you're saying.
That's not at all what I was insinuating. I meant more of the creatures and entities that dwell here. Are there any stories that you know of that deal with scarecrows? Perhaps creatures imitating them?
You're not going to go and tell me to be careful with fiddlesticks now, are you?
Fiddlesticks?
Then she laughs.
I suppose. All right. any strange stories really of the region that you might be able to share with us?
We'll go into the woods at night. Then there's the one about the witch with the house made out of candy.
Mm-hmm.
Or was it? No, it's gingerbread. It's cookies. It's gingerbread house.
I see.
And then there's yeah, because they had the fat little boy and girl. God, what was their names? I don't remember. And then there's the one story about the girl who was kidnapped by the monster, but she fell in love with the monster, and they killed the hunter.
I believe I know this one. This sounds very, very familiar.
The tale is old as time.
Yes, and
I mean, what stories are you talking about?
well, anything more local, really. While we were out at the farm shortly after the Mr. Guy Nice left to come back to town, we encountered strange scarecrows.
Oh, you've been nice.
I'm sorry?
Oh, you've been listening to Mr. Nice.
Well, yes.
He's our, and she looks around. She whispers, he's our resident kook. You know, he's a little cracked.
Ah, I see. That would indeed explain quite a bit, then. Well.
He once told me that he had to get rid of his pet dog because it was a spy for the Crimson Court.
Strange, I didn't know they employed dogs.
Ma'am.
He had it for 8 years. Yes, sir.
Pardon me for interrupting. What I do believe my friend, Mr. Gavin here, is saying is attempting to say, without attempting to worry or scare you, or anyone else in the room. Unfortunately, I feel I don't have the time to dance around the issue. We do believe something of a fiendish, devilish nature may have happened out at his farm.
Devils, you say?
Yes, ma'am. I do believe we encountered an emblem of the unholy.
Oh, and she rushes inside. You hear her rummaging around, and then she comes out holding sage that she proceeds to light on fire and spin around in a circle 3 times. She says, okay, you can speak of the devils now. This place is clean. And she starts doing this with the burning sage.
Thank you, ma'am. Your caution is
It's very pungent.
very welcome. So that we may not scare the others in town, maybe it would be all right if we came in and spoke so we could be a tad more free with our words.
Well, right now, Ayla is tending to Hendrik. His wounds were a little worse than they seemed, and right now he's sitting with one of my salves so that he doesn't have permanent damage to his hands. That'd be devastating to his juggling career. And she closes the door and she says, but we can go for a walk. I like walks before the sun sets, and you'll keep me safe, right?
I will do my best, and he offers his arm. Wincing.
You two are coming, right?
Certainly. Yes, of course.
Let it be known that Marina doesn't walk out of town with strange men unaccompanied.
Do my best to kind of help support Edward, even with him borrowing my quarterstaff.
Yeah,
So you
both
offer him
kind of
your
work
arm?
quarterstaff together.
Yep.
But as you walk out of town, that's where we're going to go ahead and stop to take our break. So everyone can go stretch their legs, do their things, eat their sandwiches or whatever homemade soups that you had for these nice cold days. And we will be happy to join back up here in, say, 15 minutes.
Sounds good to me. Bye, everyone.
Welcome back, Dark Watchers and player characters. We're back from our break where we left off. Narok, the Bearkist, and Miss Barlow were off escorting some poor Bureaucracian man and his wife and daughter through zombie-infested forest. And our three heroes, recently returned to the hamlet of Anvemir, are escorting the fair maiden outside of the city walls in order to go for a walk and get to know each other better. So, arm extended, Mr. Barlow, Marina, she takes it politely around and starts to stroll, arm in arm, side by side with you.
Yeah, I'm gonna hang back behind them. Just, I don't know if I trust this lady.
It's not like she's gonna turn into a bear or something.
Well, no, I've already seen that.
That's just rehashing a trope at that point. I mean,
That's old
I already
news.
figured out how to deal with that. It's easy. I trip James and I run.
Twisted ankle and all.
Yep, I haul fast as I can.
Then I just kneecap you and walk away.
I don't know. I think I'm faster than you, bud. Even with a hobble.
So, you all are making your way out past the walls of Anvemir onto the road of which you entered into the city.
So, ma'am, all I was saying in town there was, I do believe we encountered something of the darker side of the divine. And with you being a cleric and all, I was hoping that maybe we could gain your advice or assistance in trying to attempt it. My sister and our other companion, Norak, have entered the field and some odd things happened with weird...
Oh, that's terrible. Sorry, they entered the field. Do you need me to say a few words at their services?
Well, I personally cannot believe that they have passed from this existence into the next one. We have
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was a foreign euphemism.
I understand, ma'am, but I do believe something has happened to them. We aren't quite sure, and with what we saw, I feel it's a tactical advantage or wisdom, if you may, if we bring someone that has the blessing of the divine with us when we go back to investigate. Would this be something we could convince you to do?
Well, I most definitely have the blessing of the divine. All right. I show the will of the old gods, but one thing that you said is a bit disconcerting to me, Mr. Barlow, and that's, you mentioned the darker side of the divine. Now, at least here in Anvemir, there is no dark side to the divine, dearie. There are certainly aspects of power that are less understood by mortal folk, but light and dark, those are just machinations of a duality-obsessed mankind, and to compare even the slightest bit of the gods to the thought processes of the men on hand is, well, they just work a bit different. That's why they're gods. There's no dark side. No more so than, I mean, to calling gods light and dark, that's like calling animals good and evil. You wouldn't call a wolf evil. That's just its nature. A wolf can be kind to its cubs, and it can be vicious to a deer.
I do understand your point, ma'am, but we do believe we saw the emblem. And he whispers, of hell. And purposely the person that leads that particular area himself.
Oh goodness, you saw the Emperor of the Bureauc Empire. I'm so terribly sorry. And then she sort of laughs and chuckles, and she gives you a pat on the back, and she goes, I'll go with you wherever it is you want to take me.
Right. Unfortunately, Mr. Gavin and the doctor there, we're all quite injured, and we do appreciate your healing abilities that you have so gracefully bestowed upon us. But we do believe we will need rest.
Are you asking for me to take care of your lingering injuries, son? I'd be happy.
I would be happy to be under your care. But I would ask that you...
He glares back at Edward for a second.
Unfortunately, I understand that his manners may not be in the correct place for a lady such as yourself. But I do find his...
You need some basic respect. Barging into my house unannounced is disrespectful.
I would certainly agree.
A sense of poise and respect, that is something I can get behind, and I appreciate that. I'm not one for flattery, especially from a young man as yourself.
I'm
mother, sure Barlow, is a very lucky lady.
That is my sister.
I wasn't talking about her.
There is no Miss Barlow.
You don't say. Well, let's turn on back around. We'll head back to my church, and I'll tell you a few stories while I tend to your wounds. It will take some time.
I understand,
It'll
man.
take me about an hour for each
of you. I would certainly enjoy to hear whatever stories you wish to share.
After walking around, she goes to right about here on the edge of on the outside wall of the city, and you see as she starts picking a few flowers that grow there, and then she turns around and says, "Okay, this is all that I need. We can head back now. I'll take care of whatever wounds you have." And she sort of tucks the flowers into her sleeves.
Yes, ma'am.
Can I make a note of the at least the type of flowers that she picked?
Roll a nature check.
I also did want to insight one thing she said.
Okay.
When she said, "I am certainly most definitely touched by the divine."
All right. I'll do his check first, then yours.
All right.
7.
7. Yeah, you got it, bro.
Cool.
They've got like they've got a couple petals, and they're like a red or an orange or a yellow. One of those, definitely.
Yeah. One of those ones. It's like, yeah, no, totally. Yeah, totally. I've been to formal places before. They have flowers. I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, right? Those are the ugliest lilies I've ever seen. Their floors should be fired.
Really need to talk to their gardener. There's weeds all over this place out here.
All right, what you got for your insight check?
17 plus 5 for 22.
Oh, 22. There's definitely something she's not saying.
That's what I figured.
But she's not lying.
Just omitting something.
Yes.
Okay.
But you make it on back, and she will tend to each of your wounds. It will take an hour each. So you can take short rests accordingly. In fact, after the first hour, you can take your short rest. And then it'll just take an hour where she has to work on the other two of you.
I would wait for her to tend to the other two first. I'd like to watch her to see how she's using these plants, and I want to make a note of, is she drawing out the oil in it? Is she using it as like...
You don't see her touch those plants at all, actually. Oh. She never pulls them out of her sleeve.
Yeah, I would...
She uses different plants, but not that particular plant.
I would also avoid her doing any sort of treatment of me, just because that would mean she would probably realize that that there's something weird about this guy. He doesn't feel quite like the same as what he looks like. So, yeah, I would still be feigning that. No, I'm perfectly fine. I'm uninjured. What are you talking about?
Very well. 2 hours then.
During the first hour, I will also use my arcane recovery
Okay.
so that I can have some slots back.
Yeah, that's better. Shield.
Yeah.
6 seconds, I am a god. No, you do that.
Norrox every day.
But I think you're all pretty much healed up.
Awesome.
I've got 2 lingering injuries.
You wanted to take care of both of them or one of them?
I'd like one of them because I can take care of the other myself.
Okay, which one?
I will take the one on my face.
So
I feel like
she will fix your leg, right? Oh man. You want her to fix your leg or your face?
My face.
Okay, she will fix your face. She will try to fix your face. Let's see if she does. She does fix your face. And she fixes James's arm. Doesn't even feel broken anymore. Feels stronger than it's ever been.
Awesome.
She remarks and asks why you have a prosthetic arm splinted, but she works it just the same.
The one with the gold paint, or the gold.
That was the broken one?
Yep.
Right.
And I'll tell her. Well, it's more the where you see the gold start is where it's enhanced.
She will close both of your your lingering injury and then one of yours. Over the course of time, she will be telling a story about let's see. The old gods will watch over Ambermere for all times, until the end times, when the sky cries and the others come, at which point even the old gods will abandon Astoria, and it is up to us to follow their path and follow them through the darkness in order to rejoin each other into the light. At this point in time, it's about 2 hours before sunset.
I'm gonna, once she's done telling the story, I'm gonna ask, has there been any strange disappearances lately?
Disappearances? Well, you must be talking about poor Madge. But that's not really my place to talk about with a stranger.
Well, we feel that our compatriots might have suffered a similar fate if it is happening. That's why I asked. So it's really more of a personal nature and then not very much
Well,
of a
you
personal
didn't
person.
hear from me. If you want some information on disappearances, I would ask anybody but Madge. If you ask Madge, she's liable to hit you with a brick.
Gavin, if we go to get information from Madge, I suggest you ask her. Your face is better looking than mine.
Oh, that was all right. Yeah, sorry. Took me a moment to realize those were connected.
I hear all Animal Adams talks loud to people who give her gold. Terrible thing. Running a tongue like that. Diagnosed it 4 years ago. Or,
And where we might find them at this time of day?
Animal Adams?
Yes.
Well, I wouldn't look near an anvil.
Is she the blacksmith here, or at least the metal worker that you have here? I haven't been through your town very much yet. Very well. Have either of you already met this one?
I believe I met her.
I've met every child in this entire town.
Yes, thank you for that.
Yes, I heard that you have been promising lots of things. Didn't you say that you were giving a pony to one of them?
I'm not sure. What's the Asturian word for pony?
Shoes.
And
I thought she was saying something about blue.
That would be my sister. She asked for a blue pony.
Oh.
And you said as long as she's a good girl, she'll get it. And now she's giving you her shoes, as if all the rest of the school children. So I hope you enjoy the little shoes.
Wait, I thought most of them were asking for shoes. Didn't realize they were giving me shoes. Huh. Why would they give me shoes?
have you never heard of setting your shoes out on the back porch? It is a tradition.
I've never had a back porch.
So they'll bring you toys.
No, this is not something I'm familiar with at all.
I've only been awake for 10 years and I know this.
Well, I apologize. I don't make circuits amongst people who have porches, or at least porches around holidays.
I hear that you've made friends with Luthen. You might want to ask him, though his supper bell will be ringing any minute now.
All right, I do believe we, at least he invited me and my sister over to join them for dinner.
Miss Marina, may I ask, why does Elder Davin not seem to like travelers that much? Especially in consideration that you said yourself you haven't had too many in the way of merchants. I would assume that travelers of any kind might be welcome if they bring any sort of commerce.
She looks at you and she reads you up and down real hard. Elder Davin has the thought process of, well, do you know the difference between a bandit and a traveler?
Yes.
I'm an opportunity.
It's going to say one points a sword at you and the other doesn't. Ah. So his words that we might try and rob everyone here.
All the bandits on the road now did. They came through peaceful as could be. Came through, had celebration with us, and have been robbing us ever since.
Sure.
But the militia will be back tomorrow, in victory, and I'll have my hands full. I wish I could find a capable assistant.
Oh gee,
No.
I wish we could help. I really do.
Maybe that big one. If you find the big one, send him my way. He looks like he can pick up a body. And use someone so finicky.
Marina, out of curiosity, do you know of any way in which we might be able to convince Elder Davin for us to be able to extend our stay, possibly?
Well, the old man never tells his daughter no.
That was, who was that? That was Kara, I believe.
Kara. If you could find the right leverage.
I see. Well, since I'm completely uninjured, while you two recuperate, I'm going to go stretch my legs for a little bit. Just breathe in the cooling air of the evening. I'm going to step out and look around, try and see if I can find Kara.
You don't see him.
Okay.
In fact, the town itself is mostly empty, and you see a lot of people going into one building, which has a sign that says "The Tavern."
With Fenris on my shoulder, I'm gonna start making my way that way.
All right. You start heading to the tavern. What are the other two of you doing?
After she tends to our wounds, I'm gonna stand up, stretch out a little bit, and I'm gonna turn to James and say, "Well, my good friend, I think we should go find Gavin wherever he's wandered off to it. And thank you so much for tending to our injuries and telling us that lovely and inspiringly drawn out tale. It's bring some wonderful insight to how I look at things."
What's your scalpel?
I have. It's just rusty. Unless, of course, you were to
Thank you
show
for
me.
being polite.
Appreciate it that now that I'm no longer dying and bleeding out through my shirt. By the way, if you want me to, I can wash that stain off the front of your door that you slammed in my face and proceeded to hit me in the chest with.
It's fine. It might keep the next traveler from barging in unannounced.
Well, I suppose so. We may be back. And I'm gonna stand up and stretch and... Oh, before we leave, if you happen to see any hounds running around, mine have run off. Their names are Penny and Sillin.
Look at the northeast side. Tell Terry to give the dogs back. By the way, one more thing. She throws holy water on you. Well, she throws water on you. Just checking. And then she starts to apply it to her door frame.
I promise I am not a demon. That is really merely a rumor that spread after the war. I'm gonna walk out without an explanation. And I'm gonna go try and find this Terry person and hope I don't have to break his knuckles.
All right, and James.
James will go find the family that he was promised dinner with.
All right.
But on his way out, he'll like, the Dr. Colai may be odd, but at least it keeps things interesting.
Yes, but interesting is not always good.
Oh God, you're still here.
I saw some pretty interesting things during my time at war. I don't recommend it.
Yes, we all have seen amazingly interesting things. Ma'am, thank you for your time and effort.
Thank you.
Well, hopefully your sister and Neronok find a place to stay.
Closes.
Very well. I'm just gonna walk off. And I'm gonna, as soon as I start approaching the gate, I'm just gonna be yelling out, "Terry! Where are you? Who's Terry?" I'm just gonna be...
A little girl with brown hair runs up to you.
"Can I help you?"
Which one?
"Are you Terry?"
I'm not supposed to talk to strangers.
"Well, my name is Edward. We are no longer strangers, for you know my name. Are you Terry?"
Roll a diplomacy check.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, because I am so good at diplomacy. That's not a skill here. You mean persuasion?
Yeah, I'm sorry. My Pathfinder was showing.
We are outside. Are there things around?
Nope.
What a wonderful little break from them. So that is a 12.
12. Your DC was low because she rolled crap. I'm Terry. How do you know my name?
You have my dogs.
You have a scary mask.
Yes, I do.
Are you a bad guy?
When I want to be.
You know, bad things happen to bad guys in this city. Bub.
I am aware.
We're protected by the old gods. They'll swoop down and carry you off into the night.
Then it's a good thing that I am a doctor that is helping people in this town.
I don't know what that means.
I want to lift up my mask.
Are you a cleric?
Yes, I am a cleric.
Ooh, Marina's gonna beat you up.
I practice medicine. I heal broken bones.
I don't know what that means.
If you get a cut, I make it better.
You fix boo-boos.
Yes.
Clerics fix boo-boos. Marina's our cleric.
Well, I am a different kind of cleric.
Marina works for the old gods.
So I was told. Now, do you have my dogs?
I was told that they weren't your dogs.
By who?
It's a secret.
Oh, I promise I'm very good at keeping secrets.
It's the Spider Rider.
The Spider Rider.
Yes.
What is a Spider Rider?
It's a spider that rides the dogs. But he came to me and he told me secrets. Secret things. And now we're all playing a game with the Spider Rider.
And what game is this?
Apples.
The game is called Apples.
Yes.
Does it involve apples?
No.
Then why is
Yes.
it called Apples?
I don't know.
Well, perhaps you should just introduce me to this Spider Rider so I may understand the rules of this game that you're trying to explain.
Yinip, Nilik. And the two dogs run up, covered in pink and yellow bows. And sitting atop them is a spider wearing pink and yellow bows.
It's an actual spider. And it talks to you?
Yes. He told us about the game Apples and how it will make the elf bring us our presents early. There's a real life elf visiting town.
Yes, he's my friend.
Shut up.
Why are you telling me to shut up? I'm telling you, we're talking. Why would I stop talking?
You don't know him.
Yes, I do. His name is Gavin.
I'll be the best apple ever if you tell him to bring me my presents early, I promise.
Well, you know what constitutes a bad person right now, right? Somebody that takes dogs that does not belong to them.
I didn't take any dogs.
I point to my dogs.
That's Spider Rider's dogs.
No, they're not. That is Penny and that is Celine.
That is Nilok and that is Yinip.
That is Penny and
They
that is
start
Celine.
wagging their tails. The spider looks at you pridefully.
Looking at this spider. Have I seen this particular spider before? Or
You did. He cursed you out and walked away from you earlier today.
That's what I thought. You know, looking at Terry, my elf friend has taught me a few things. And I'm going to stand up and make it very obvious that I'm looking around. Some magic elf things. You want to see? I'm going to snap my fingers and I'm going to unsummon my familiar.
Spider Rider disappears with a cackle of laughter.
Pretty cool. I can only do it once a day, I'm sorry, but you know, I've only been friends with him for not even a couple months. He told me at some point you can even summon things out of thin air from a magical place. Like fairies.
Like the Grove Maze?
I don't know what that is, but sure.
Oh. But if you took away Spider Rider, how will he know that we're being good apples?
Oh, well, that's pretty easy.
He already told me I was bad apple.
And why did he tell you you were a bad apple?
Because I let go.
Let go of what?
Well, good apples, they hang in trees. And bad apples fall far from the tree.
Did he tell you to hang yourself from a tree branch?
That's kind of clever.
Roll a perception check.
That's kind of clever. He's got all the kids hanging in a tree.
12.
But I got tired and I let go.
I'm just gonna rub the side of my temples really hard. Can you show me where you were playing this game called Apples?
Okay. I don't want to be the only bad apple. And she grabs you by the finger. And she starts leading you. And as she starts leading you further towards the edge of town, you hear, "Wah!" And you see a kid lying on the ground, clutching his leg.
There.
Following his gaze up, you see 6 more kids in the tree, hanging.
There, see, you're no longer the only bad apple. Okay. I'm gonna go over and say, stop crying. I said stop it. Does you no good. And I'm gonna lean down and I'm going to look at his leg. Is it massively hurt or did he land wrong?
Let's roll a D100 and find out. Doesn't look hurt at all. Looks like he's faking. Looks like he's more upset than hurt.
Oh dear, this is terrible. I'm gonna look him in the face. This is awful. You realize I'm probably going to have to take this leg if you really are hurt.
What do you mean take it? It's mine.
Well, you see, if it's hurting like you say you're hurting, but you
It
see
is hurting.
well, it's not hurting on the outside. If it's hurting on the inside, that means it's and I'm gonna have to take it off.
I don't know what it's like. Take it off.
So, are you really hurt? You're gonna have to.
I don't want to play this game anymore. He gets up and he runs away.
You know, for the rest of you, if you fall, it could happen to you.
That's why I'm not gonna fall. You're gonna fall, and I'm not gonna fall. And Spider Rider's gonna give me the presents. No, I'm gonna get the presents. He said so. I gave him my souls. Well, I gave him 4 shoes.
I'm going to snap my fingers and I'm gonna summon Pip from behind a tree. And I'm gonna telepathically communicate. Did you actually manage to get the contract for one of these kids?
They all thought I meant shoes.
When were you planning to collect? Is it the 10-year gig or the 20-year gig? Because you already failed with the 20-year one, so I imagine you tried to go for 10 this time.
I mean, in 10 years, they'll barely be adults. But what? I'm not telling you the details of my contracts. That's not part of our deal.
No, our deal is you were given to me by a mysterious man in the top hat in exchange for telekinetic powers that I didn't know I wanted. That was the deal. So as far as I'm concerned, I can throw you into a fireplace, I could sink you in the water, or we could just have a friendly conversation about business dealings.
Bucko, I will make it my unlife's goal to torment you every which way I can. And I can be so much worse than a cat. We're a team here.
You realize what kind of dreams I have at night. There's not much there that you can still mess with other than stealing my mythical tools every now and then, which you do already. Besides, who do I care about some snotty kids? Tell you what.
Good.
Be nice this one time, and you can help me in the future whenever I start to feel that itch.
Nice.
Yes, I know it's a terrible thing.
I don't know how. It's not my nature. And this is still going telepathically. You can't see him because he's behind a tree.
Yep. Well, think of it this way. They, by the time you collect, they're not going to have a whole lot of time to do bad things. And I know that's what your kind really relishes in.
No way. You don't understand. You see, the ones that do bad things, we get anyway. We don't want them. We want the good ones. The good ones are worth more. Well, you want me to do something nice? Fine. I'll do something nice.
No, I'm saying cure them like fine pickles. Let them preserve themselves in their niceness. Make them good people.
I once had a pet goblin who liked pickles. And you hear the sound of glass shattering.
What was that?
I was being nice and helping them down.
Are you throwing things at them?
Absolutely not. It's wah thump, wah thump, wah thump.
You're dropping things on them.
One kid remains. You see him holding up on the branch by legs and feet with elbows and knees, and you see a spider standing next to a little bit of broken glass and dripping oil. I helped him down. That's mighty nice of me. And then he starts climbing down the tree.
I suppose so. Well, you're the last one left. You can come down now.
I do know how.
Oh, that's easy. You let go.
No.
Well, then I guess you're going to be stuck up there forever. Goodbye. And I'm going to turn around and start like very loudly walking. I guess you don't need any help whatsoever. Turn back around one last time. Look at him.
He's like he's holding on as tight as he can. He's not looking in your direction. He's like, gonna get the prisoners.
Well, he's going to be stuck up there for a while. The rest of you children, you should go home. And I'm just going to walk away. The first actual adult I see walking into town, I'm just going to say to them, so apparently a bunch of children are being stupid right outside the town at that tree over there. One of them is stuck. That's all. I'm going to walk off.
Shit. I bet it's Terry. And he starts going over there. In the distance, you can hear the sound of yelling.
Ah, job well done.
You figure that the doc's going to have a very busy night tonight. Okay, that brings us on over to Nerok and Lizette.
So we're thinking we're going to travel a little bit through the night, not all the way, but since at least get a little bit of a leeway on where we're going maybe, and then use that time we're traveling to find a place to rest. We don't want to travel throughout the whole night because the face rippers or biters and whatnot, but
Face biters.
But we think maybe traveling a little bit just so we can get a little bit of a ways away from, the downed Wicker Man might be a good idea.
You've got about 2 hours of travel before nightfall.
Okay. Well, let's see what we get in 2 hours then before we.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You just wander in a random direction for 2 hours?
Nope. I'm tracking.
Ah, okay. Roll a survival check. That's a very different outcome.
Walk off into the woods, John.
24.
Proceed again.
24.
24?
Oh, we should be good.
24, you hear the sound of water flowing, and you follow it to a small stream northeast, you figure, of where you started from. And you start following the stream, and the stream leads to a bigger river.
Does any of this look familiar from where we've traveled?
I haven't seen a river, no.
This doesn't.
Good.
Does this look like the river that I can't remember the dude's name that hired us to cross?
Felix?
We were supposed to be crossing a river at some point, weren't we?
Yes, you were. This doesn't look big enough to be that river.
Okay, I just want to make sure. I'm like, are we farther? Okay. We don't remember passing a river or anything nearby, so we're not in the same area.
Well, while tracking my way out, did I see any like divergences in like the path that we were going?
The path that you were going, you actually notice that it has been covered up. You know that it's been covered up because you can see where it's been covered up.
Mm-hmm.
But then you lose sight of where it's supposed to have been covered up, and you forge your own path. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay.
And that's whenever you start to hear the stream, and you go to the stream, you follow the stream to the water leads to bigger water. The water means civilization somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's your first hour. Your second hour, you roll me another check.
Yep. Okay, that is a 19 total.
19 total. As you're walking through, you're following this water, and you start to notice that it gets more and more to where plant branches are not hanging over the water. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yep. I know. I can picture it in my head.
Yeah. Like, so as you get further and further, the water gets clearer and clearer, clear cut through the trees and through the forest that you're walking through.
This is the sign that we're getting closer to like people. Yeah.
It definitely looks like something or someone has cleared out these branches from hanging over the river.
Yep.
Oh, this is good sign, yes? Are either of you doctors or clerics? Yes, we have clerics. Perhaps it is my lucky day and you're hearthkeepers? No? You don't dress like hearthkeepers.
These aren't.
He's wearing the same dress as us, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I tried to tell a joke, but I don't think my wife and daughter are doing very well.
Okay, Narok, is this a place safe spot to stop, or
Vilma? Bare hands?
So
Dreamy girl?
the trees are opening up more, and in my experience, that means people have taken and opened this up. So we're getting close. We can push further, or I could try to find us a camp. But if we're close, I'd like to be inside.
Camp, but what about those vile face biters? Aren't they on a stretch of woods? Even Gavin told us about that. They were real. We saw them. They had red eyes and big teeth. You have kind of big teeth.
You have no idea.
I'm glad you're my friend. Right now, we are friends, yes? I will make you a rich man one day. And then you will thank me. You will be glad that you know me by my name. He claps you on the shoulder and then sort of draws his hand back because he realized he hit you.
Thank me after we're safe.
maybe we should push on a little bit, but not much longer. At least
Yeah.
across the river to see if we can, or at least to get closer, if we can get closer.
Wait, you want to cross the river?
I don't know about crossing, but at least trying to find the civilization, at least get closer.
Yeah. I'm willing to push myself a little bit to like exhaustion to find safety. So I mean, I don't know if that's.
But you're not at that point yet. You haven't traveled for 8 hours.
No, I know.
If he's looking for a safe spot or something, I'm gonna keep an eye out for threats and face biters.
What?
Face biters, yeah. I was gonna look up keep an eye out for face biters and threats, but he's looking for a safe spot.
You know, I regret taking that name just because it sounds like so many different things now. I hear phase spiders. I hear fey spiders. It's some really great ideas, but
I've said
face
all.
spiders.
I've said all of those though.
I know.
That's the thing. I called them.
I had a stat block for a face spider type thing. I could show you later.
But I'm gonna keep an
Amongst
eye
the
out for that.
nobility, they're called countenance devourers.
that was good. Go ahead and roll a perception check.
Natural 20. 30 total.
9.
9. You don't see anything. It catches the light just wrong, and it sends you stopping in your tracks, and you hold out your arms and you look. There's a bird just sort of floating in the middle of the riverway. And you sort of put your hand out in front of you and you do like this, and you see shimmering lines in the light. This river is covered in spider webs. That go from one side 30 feet across to the other side, far back as you can see.
Lizette. Run.
Which direction?
Straight forward.
Run to the river!
Away.
Run to the river!
I'll run wherever Narok is running.
Forward.
Running forward runs into the spider webs. That's where you want to go? I mean, if you say yes, it'll make me a happy DM.
And you said they reached down into the water?
Yes.
can we go around it?
Yes.
Then yes.
So you break off from walking along the river and you try to keep the river within hearing distance on your right side while keeping it out of sight and away from these spider webs. And in a moment of clarity, you break off a piece of tree trunk and you hold that in front of you. You hold this stick out in front of you to see when it catches spider webs so that it catches a stick and not your face.
So I don't do that weird middle of nowhere. No one sees it, but you walked into it
Yeah.
Yeah.
You keep your hand at the level of your eyes. Oh yes, this is very good. I'm learning so much. He stays forward with his hands like this. If one is good, then two is better. That is Burak engineering. And he continues to go forward. But you continue on forward for another hour or so. Beautiful. Roll your survival check.
Okay, that is a 22.
All right. Roll me a D100. Either you or Rose. Your choice.
Go ahead, Rose.
Oh. 17.
17?
Yep.
Like 1-7.
Yeah.
Not 7-0. That is a 1-7, all right.
All right, guys. The sister and the big bear of a man are dead. Might as well just move on now.
17 Umber Hulks show up.
Not at level 1, guys. It's level 2 at least.
It's definitely a run encounter if 17 of them show up right now.
Yeah, I would assume
Is that
so.
Firehawk?
Yeah.
So I am at 4 hit points.
Oh no, you never took a short rest?
When the scarecrows happened, or
I mean, we took a nap.
does that count?
17. As you're walking around, well, that doesn't work. Can't send a death claw against you.
Not with that attitude.
A death claw from Fallout.
Pretty much. As you walk through, you find the road, and on the road you see a letter carrier holding one letter in his hand. Out, dead.
Oh, this is Fallout.
Arrows in his back.
Oh.
Like fresh?
Yes.
Oh, good.
That is actually a good thing. We can find whoever shot these arrows and take their weapons.
I'll grab the letter and I'll hand it to Rose. Or to Lizette.
Miss Barlow.
What does it say?
What languages do you read?
Estoyan, Dorvish, Hyberok, and Chernal, and Beastan?
You don't know what it says?
Hand it back to Narok. I can't read it.
Giant Primordial Common and Velikan.
I can't read it.
What's the dude's name that's with us?
Never asked him his name.
Sir, do you mind seeing if you can read this? I don't know what language.
He grabs it. He says, "Oh wow, that is genuine Elvish. I haven't seen Elvish in very long time. I do not read Elvish.
But it's Elvish.
I could read it to you.
Please.
Yes, please.
He's like trying to find the right piece. Quil ni prestanen, toil na gwil ni, sui guath nefuin.
Okay. Could you?
Los nedin, sui los mina yel, gwin aniram mathad, sui gwe min nifnin, sui anor nefladnin, sui neor ned guren. Quil nin prestanen, sui lot nedishur, sui sir nef thril, sui gwilith abros.
Okay.
Liu iston, aman im prestanen, aman laliath ningel, man in ethelin.
Two of those sounded like names. The rest I didn't understand. But
I
two of
don't
those
know
sounded
what
like
it
names.
means.
We have been trying to reach you about your extended call words.
I don't speak Elvish. I just can read the alphabet.
That helps though. Elvish. Is this guy?
Elvish sounds very pretty, does it not?
It does. Does the letter carrier have? Is he an elf?
No.
Oh.
No, it's a human. Dark hair. Early 20s, maybe. Very young.
Do we see civilization, or does this road look familiar?
You see a fork in the road up ahead.
Oh,
There seems to be some strange cage hanging from a tree.
it looks familiar, doesn't it? Are there rune stones or runes that are out?
You
on the
know,
ground?
if you go to where the road forks and you turn around, it certainly looks like you were on the right path when you took the left path earlier today. You figure you're a few hours from Andromir if you run.
Yeah. Naruk's down for that.
You are carrying two people, so you can run significantly less than normal, but you can still run to Andromir from where you're at.
I think if we run, we have a better chance of survival than if we make camp, because we do not have a wagon, we don't have a cart, we don't have weapons. We know where we are now.
I miss my donkeys.
You know what? I miss them too. But the longer we stay here, the more likely we're going to be a meal.
That's true. I only have fire, and yeah, it wouldn't be a good idea at night.
Gavin told us that there were lycanthropes in this forest. Is that true?
Yes.
Yes,
Oh no, we should run.
we should run. I guess we're running.
Would that make you run faster?
Nark's gonna turn into a bear and run by home.
I'd like to introduce you to Coach Narok's weight loss program. Lose those holiday pounds. But
I guess we're running.
Please explain
Okay.
to me what you mean by you're going to chase off my poundage.
Scare away the
Don't you
pounds.
worry about it.
the trade
I'm-
secret.
I make you strong.
After the contract signed.
Yeah, we're running now.
No rock will make you strong, like barren woods.
Yeah, we're running.
You run into town with this letter.
Yep.
Instead of 17, I gave you 16.
We're now honorary members of UPS.
What was 17?
4 gray renders.
No.
All death claws.
Oh no. Those are so bad, John.
We don't even have weapons. Well, okay, I don't have weapons.
Don't let it
Garrock
ever be
is a
said
weapon.
that your DM is not a kind and caring overlord.
The only
But
thing we had going for us is we have Narrock. That's it. That's the only thing we had going.
Narok is the weapon.
He's the web. We're good.
But I don't know against 4 friggin' Grey Renders though.
I have lay on hands. I'll just heal him until I can't do
He's
it.
got 5 points.
5 times he can stand up.
But you guys run and you run and you run.
Yeah.
What is, Lizette, your Constitution modifier?
4.
Oh, you're good. The old man runs out of breath and needs help before
Okay.
you arrive.
Okay, that's fine.
Do you help him?
Yeah.
It slows you down quite a bit, but a little, about 30 minutes after sunset, as you can start to feel hungry eyes upon you, you make it to the walls of Anvermeer. The walls are closed.
Is
No, they're not.
I was gonna stop.
I go into a rage and I just rip the doors off the wall.
Let me in!
James to open them for me.
Pardon me. Moving on over to the group in town.
We made it.
Inside the tavern, we have Edward, Kalai, and we have Gavin Valleygroth. Inside the tavern, what you see honest, hard-working folk who have come in to relax and have a nice, quiet drink before they sleep and go work again in tomorrow morning. Pardon me. There we go. But inside this very plain tavern, there are no decorations. There's not even a hearth or a fireplace. There is just a very plain bar. There is ale and nothing else. And behind the bar, you see Madge Tassler.
Correct. She was, what's his face's wife, correct?
It's an assumption you've made.
Is the blacksmith lady
What's
here?
his face's wife, correct?
No.
Okay.
It's an assumption you've made.
Is
Okay.
He is talking to
blacksmith
a
lady here?
handsome young man.
Okay.
It's an assumption you've made. They seem very close. She reaches up and sort of caresses the side of his face for a second before they continue talking and laughing. At a certain point, he takes a drink and she licks her thumb and starts wiping his face. And he pushes it. He says, "No, cut it out." And he looks around.
Do we spot Kara anywhere in here? Because we saw her when we first came into town.
You do. Kara is sitting patiently. She doesn't have a drink. She looks like she's waiting for something.
Okay.
As she's
Is she like at the? She just at a table, or is she at a counter?
She is at the bar on the other side of where Madge and this young man are. And let's see, who's trained in insight? Gavin's really personal. You're not trained in insight?
No, I'm trained to persuade people, not to
I'm trained
read them.
because I don't trust people.
You're trained in insight.
I'm
What's
also
you-
trained at insight.
Okay. You're at supper with other people, though.
I'm just throwing it out there.
Understood. You're trained in insight, though. What you see is a mother cleaning her son's face when her son is about to go talk to a pretty girl. That's what you see.
Looking at the scene, looking over at Kara. Is she looking over at the bar at this scene as well?
No.
Okay.
She's looking at two very burly men having an arm wrestling contest at one of the tables.
She looks like she's very invested in it.
And she looks... Roll an insight check. Get details now.
Probably not. So that's going to be a 9.
She loves the guy at the table. Like, they are meant to be. They're probably already together.
They'll grow out of it, I'm sure.
Sitting in the center in a very large and lavish recliner chair is Mr. Nice.
Okay.
He is boasting loudly about his brush for death. Who wants to buy me a drink? You're gonna buy. You ain't bought me a drink yet. Come buy me a drink.
I'm gonna go up to the bar and I'm gonna buy myself a drink since I'm in the tavern.
When you walk up to the bar, Madge, she sort of shoos the young man off, and he's about 22-ish, right about 20 maybe. It's hard to tell. You don't really care. She shoos him off, and he sort of glares at you for a second as you walk by.
I'm gonna pointedly glare back at him, just because.
What you looking at, Scarface? He shoulder checks you.
I'm gonna use my
We
telekinesis.
don't have any rooms available for rent. This is the tavern, not the lodge.
Wasn't asking for a room.
Wonderful. How can I help you?
Drink, and I'm gonna put a gold piece on the counter. You can keep them coming. I'm an alcoholic.
She pats your hand, and she comes back with what might be the biggest mug of ale you've ever seen. It is approximately as tall as your torso, and it's about that thick, but it's very tall. As tall as your torso. Looks like a novelty item.
They come in pints.
They made them in this size. Madam, I think I love you.
I'm a married woman.
I said what I said, and I'm gonna just dunk my head in. I'm gonna start drinking a good chunk.
There's a particular restaurant that does this, and I don't know if I want to mention them on our stream or not, but I'll tell you later about it. But that's a real thing. It's about that big around, and it's like as tall as your torso.
That's cool.
After I take a nice long drink, I'm gonna look back over. I'm gonna see where that boy went.
He went up to Kara, and he immediately turned right before he reached her and went talk to someone else. Like a sharp pivot.
As I see him pivot, I would like to try and telekinetic shove him back in the direction of Kara.
Oh no.
He needs to make a strength saving throw.
He tumbles backwards into Kara. Nasty. Real bad. She's mad and starts yelling at him. Gavin, what are you doing?
I'm assessing the room like best I
You
can.
see Edward. You see Edward lock eyes with this young man, and then his eyes dart, and then so does the young man in the same direction. And then he buries his head into this comically large cup.
Okay. So I saw Edward do that. Directed at Kara. I was coming in here intentionally to Kara. I believe Edward knew I was coming in here intentionally towards Kara. I'm gonna step over to the commotion and be like, "Is everything all right? Saw that terrible trip. Are you all right, sir?"
I'm fine. Wait, you're the elf. Yes. And he sort of, you're just the man I wanted to talk to. Davis Destin, at your service, sir.
Gavin Vel Ibroth.
He grabs your hand with both and starts shaking it vigorously.
I kind of very quickly just take control of that and exert a little bit of strength just to kind of slow that down. Still giving him a firm handshake.
Yeah.
But kind of trying to take control of that immediately, like no.
He puts his arm around you and says, I would like to talk to you for a second. Let me buy you a drink.
Very well. Lead the way.
Madge, could I get a drink over here for my friend Mr.
Gavin.
Elf? And Madge immediately stops paying attention to you and goes to get him what he asked for. like that.
I'm happy. I have what appears to be a half gallon of ale.
You actually bought 3 of those, so.
Is that being disgusting?
So, I apologize. What was your name again, young sir?
Destin, Mr. Destin.
Dustin, of course. What may I do for you?
From what I understand, you and your compatriots are, from what I understand, adventurers of great renown. I've taken the courtesy of speaking with Ayla, who has told me of your great exploitations across the realms of Astorians.
I see. Oh, it's
We have
interesting.
been told of how you stood face to face with a queen of the Fae and traded away your souls. How you have walked out of Felurian's court with both your sanity and virginity. And that you've even went toe-to-toe with face biters and crazed murderers.
Mildly exaggerated, but more or less true.
That's pretty accurate.
She's told me all these things.
I see, I see.
And from what I understand, you are perfect and you are for hire. Is this a true statement?
It depends on what you are inquiring to hire us for.
Sir, you are a well-traveled man. I'm certain you've heard of a concept called a bonk, correct? Some people call it a bonacue.
A bonacue?
Yes, that's how the elves say it.
Interesting. I have not heard this word before. I may have heard this word before, but I'm trying to throw him off a little.
I don't know if you picked up on the fact that he mispronounces things to sound smarter than he is, but
Yeah. Yes, yes. Carry on. What does this have to do with a bonk, as you call it?
Well, this bonacue is a place that invests money into people who then pay it out to them. Now, recently, I found myself in reputations
Reparations.
on a rare of inheriting my adoptive parents' ranch after a tragedy that has befallen my family.
I'm so sorry to hear of such
Well, my
tragedy.
tragedy is your gain, sir.
Mm-hmm.
See, right now is the perfect opportunity for you to come into the ground floor of an investment opportunity. Now, I've got the land. I've got the customers. We have a solo contract providing stakes to the gear and seer. But what I don't have is cows. All the cows done gone away.
Mm-hmm.
So, if you buy me cows, I will give you all the steak you can eat for the rest of your life. And a share of the profits.
Hmm.
Now, Mr. Elf, this is what I request for my winter solstice. And you'll find that this is the gift that keeps on giving, because you will be a full partner in all decision makings, up to your comfort level, of course. I'll never put more on your plate than you appear to need.
Mm-hmm. I see, I see. Now, when you're speaking of acquiring purchase of cows, where exactly are you planning to acquire these bovine entities from?
Well, the bovine nations have a nice area where they raise the finest of steers and steeds and bulls and bears and whatnots. And I would venture on the road with this wonderful god that I have just hired for protection, of course, and we would go all the way down to Trial. And once we get to Trial, I am assured that my cattle are waiting for payment.
Well, it does sound like certainly like a very tempting offer. However, I am already presently engaged on a trek northward
Oh,
with
no,
business
no.
ventures.
You misunderstand me, sir, and I'm so terribly sorry that I wasn't clear. What I'm approaching you about is being an investor in this business opportunity so that I will be able to go up to Trial and purchase these cows.
I see. I see. And what sort of an investment are you looking for?
10 gold a head.
How many heads are you hoping to acquire?
That would depend on the generosity of you and your fellow investors, sir.
Sounds like quite the opportunity.
Unfortunately, and he sort of looks, you're not trained in insight, never mind, you don't know what he does, but he sort of slows down with the unfortunate tragedy of my father. He had all of our gold in his pocket when it happened.
It's a terrible circumstance.
Are they at the bar having this conversation?
Yes.
Am I able to hear all this as I'm drinking?
Roll a perception check, junkie.
Actually, not too bad.
Yes, you can.
Sweet. Based on all this and what he's talking about, I'm going to start tuning in a little bit more because this sounds a lot like the guy that was trying to pass himself off as a physician in my unit back in the war, and turns out he was just in it for the free drugs, and he ran off with half of them. We found him 2 days later, missing his head, but you know, that's just the life of war.
Well, of course, any such investment of this I would need to discuss with my fellow compatriots, though I don't know if we really have a good opportunity to be able to thoroughly discuss this, as we are, by your elder's decree, forced to leave come tomorrow.
Which is why this is what they call an exploring offer.
Well, unfortunately, several of my compatriots seem to be missing this evening. We will, of course, need to be inquiring of them. If I'm able to get all of them aboard with this, it would be a much greater investment. But again, alas.
And might I add that doing such a thing, investing in a business, would certainly make quick friends between me and you. And if you're looking to stay in town, you're going to need all the friends you need, sir.
I'm quite aware.
Especially what with your friend over there breaking the legs of 4 children earlier tonight.
I broke no legs. I found the children. They were hanging from trees, pretending to be apples. It's true. I don't understand the customs here, but it's apparently some kind of game they play. And besides, for this investment you're talking about with my compatriot here, what is our assurances for the return on said investment? Collateral.
Those are 2 very different things you're asking.
Well, I'm drunk.
For collateral, I've got nothing to offer you. You can't take my mother. You can't take my wife. Well, my wife to be.
How about the future of your knuckle bones?
What?
The future of your knuckle bones.
I don't know what that phrase means, but it doesn't sound pleasant.
No, it's not.
Mom, you're doing your own thing now. You don't need old mama telling you what to do. Best of luck.
See, she knows what she's talking about.
Then she sort of turns away from him, and as she walks by, she goes, "If you hurt my baby's knuckles, I will kill you." And she just keeps walking.
I'm gonna look back in her direction. If she looks back at me, I'm just gonna wink at her with the wrong eye. And then turn back. But you see, I am a collector of, what would you say, spare parts in my practices. And knuckle bones are so hard to find these days.
You don't know him, do you, Mr. Elf? That doesn't sound like Christmas talk. That doesn't sound like winter solstice talk.
Oh, don't you know I'm the one that punishes the bad children?
He's Krampus.
Truth be told, my compatriot here is my darker half, you might say. Oh, what?
This is because I'm adopted, isn't it?
And see what that would have to do with you being good or not. But my friend does bring up a very good point. How would you possibly guarantee my investment's return?
Well, you would have a bona fide grade A locked in type contract signed by both owners of the ranch.
I see. And that would be yourself and your mother?
Miss Tasson, yes.
I see.
Mom, she took real good care of me after my parents died.
I see.
Her and Paul, they, God rest his soul.
And
I'm sure he'll be found soon, Ma. And you just see the woman, she sort of, and she's given that glare. You know that glare.
Mm-hmm. Well, do you already have a contract written up, young sir?
I do have just a contract in mind.
Of course. Edward, is our lawyer available?
hold on. And I'm going to stick my hand into the ale. Because I imagine it's wooden cups type thing, right? It's not glass. This place is...
It's actually some sort of clear, hard substance. You can see through it.
You can see, okay, then I'm not going to do that. Instead, I am going to open up my cloak and say, I think he's right here. And I'm going to reach in my cloak. Some of my familiar.
Sleight of hand.
So glad you picked up on what I was saying.
Oh, good. I am proficient in it. 9. I'm drunk.
So
And I
you
summon him
reach
next
in
to
here
me.
and you attempt to try the arcane symbols to summon your familiar from the abyss or from the space in between the aether, his personal palace, wherever it is that he gets sent to. And when you do, you sort of bump into your elbow the wrong way. And when you summon him, it appears as if he flies out of your butt. Oh, spider, hold on. And guy gets up to stomp on.
I swear to God, if you step on my spider.
Then he stomps and the spider jumps to the right.
Come on. I'm going to...
Wait, is that thing your pet?
It's going to climb up my leg, climb up, and sit on my shoulder.
Crosses 2 arms and...
This is our lawyer.
How useful they can be. So...
Did you raise that thing from an egg or something?
I
Pay
have
for
had
him to
this
go to
thing
law school and
all
everything.
of the life I have known it for. So, this contract.
What do you use to train it?
Oh,
Nice.
it's quite simple. People who cross me. Hidden Ezra. And I'm going to look at it.
You see gears ticking in a young man's head that doesn't quite understand what's going on and more than willing to bite off more than he can chew.
So, here is what I'm going to recommend. I'm going to take this contract that you have written up. You have it with you, yes?
No.
Well, where is the contract then? We can't sign nothing if you don't have a contract.
I was gonna let you wait until you were sober to. You see, Mom, I told you I didn't need to wait for them to be sober.
So, the plan is to have this contract, to look over it, have my little pet here also look over it, and of course add one final addendum that he deems necessary, and that being in the spirit of the holidays. Well, you know the old saying, you give the elf your souls, and he gives you good things. Isn't that right? And I'm going to pointedly look at my spider.
Maybe we can skip the soul. We should discuss this before we start adding soul clauses.
The young man immediately takes off both of his boots, almost throws them at you. He said, I'll be right back. And he runs out of the door.
And that is how you get rid of an annoying person. Next drink, and I pull over the next mug. No, I have a third one of these. Do you want one?
You asking the spider or me?
You.
You?
But I'm
You know
kind of
what?
looking.
I could use a drink after this day. Yes, I will take that last one.
I'm gonna slide the one I just pulled over to you, and then I'll pull over the third one.
Mr. Barlow, you are invited into a small hovel run by a very enthusiastic man with an angry-looking wife and 2 young children. They look filthy, and they smell like oil. But they run and clean up before supper is served. Supper is a stew with fresh-made barley bread. And in honor of their honored guest, they have pulled out the finest lamb and served lamb chops.
There was certainly no need to put on such a spread like this for just me, but I do appreciate it.
We've been waiting for you for so long. I cannot believe that it is true that you and your sister are here, and I apologize if I offended her, and that is why she didn't come, but
No, she did not offend her. She was, found herself with an assignment this evening and was unable to attend, and I do apologize on her behalf.
Yes, I understand. I'm sure she's very popular. I know how young girls are. He looks over at his wife and you go,
I don't believe it's anything like that. I believe she was looking into something of a bit of a mystery of something that might be going around here. But nothing to concern yourselves with.
how are you finding Anvil? I hear that you found yourself up by the fire for the loud man, Mr. Nice.
Yes, something did happen there. His house burnt. Half his fields are gone.
He is a crackpot. You don't listen to anything he says. He thinks everything is divined by the old gods or new gods or whoever it is he can blame. You know, he once told me that me and my wife were celebrity bards on the run from the government. And that we used to have a famous play with cats and dogs in it. He tell everybody in town this. I grew up in this town.
Well, that certainly is an interesting story he's come up with, hasn't it?
And then he says the sky falls and all kind of crazy crap.
Interesting. You do keep mentioning that you're happy for my sister and I being here. That you're going to save.
Yes, It was foretold that you would be coming. Why the last group of travelers that showed up, they said that the dream walkers were coming, and beware of the dream stealers, for they shall save the town, and yada yada. And now even old Hendrik has brought that into the what's the word? The thing that the preachers say, or the sermon. That's how you say it in Stoyan. We speak a Stoyan in this house now, woman. You hear her mumble something in Castellan. We speak a Stoyan in this house now. He goes back to a very rough Astoyan.
Do you know what we are supposed to be saving you from? I haven't heard of anything. I simply wish to understand.
Oh yes, I'm sure if you were flirting with Marina, she'd tell you all of everything. She's the one who preaches. Says the Dreamwalker's coming. To save the town from the fury of the prophecy. The heroes of the prophecy come to save the town before the old gods abandon us. Ooh.
That was. I certainly thank you for the information. I will talk to her about that, but
I mean, the old gods, they are strong here. They take good care of Anberg. I mean, just the other day, look at what happened to Mr. Nice. Yes, anything you give to the old gods, it burns away and is protected. It's just fine. I mean, we had big party the other day. We make the little straw man and we set him on fire. Everything good.
What particular deity of the old gods is that to please?
I don't know. The old gods of the woods. That's all they ever call. But I mean, if it works, right? Marina, she says you're not supposed to know what the gods want, or what they mean, or what they think about, because they're gods. They're different. But as long as, the sun comes up, and the night is safe, and the merchants make it down the road, keep praying to the old gods, I guess.
Well, I would assume so. If it works for this town, I don't certainly force anyone to believe in anything different. I am still curious of this prophecy.
Say, while you're here in town, it'd be stupid to piss off the old gods. If they say, "Oh, don't step on the crack, the old god going to get you, oogie boogie," don't step on the crack. I mean, you just follow the rules and you're fine. You don't follow the rules and you're dead, or something. I don't fucking know. There are monsters at night that eat your face. Don't step on the crack. Give the old man the chicken when he says, "Give me your chicken."
Right. I do believe I've actually seen one of those face-eating creatures.
Just give him the chicken. Just give him the chicken without even considering my feelings about it. Yeah, it happened 5 years ago. I'm just saying, it still happened.
I believe it.
I'm sorry. It's still a fresh wound. It was my pride and my joy, and I loved it more than anything else in the world. And it was my favorite chicken, and she just killed it. Your pride and joy, huh? Not our 2 kids, not me, your loving wife, who cleans your underwear. No, the chicken. I can't believe you treat me so shamefully in front of the guests.
Should I return later and let you finish this conversation, or I don't want me to intrude?
All of your Yes. Because that is polite guest do.
Right, I just didn't want to be an inconvenience for a conversation I wasn't supposed to hear. That is all.
I have question for you. I have question, and my husband and I, he tell me not to ask this question, but I ask you this question anyway.
I will be more than glad to answer any question you may have.
No, don't you do it. Don't you dare do it, woman. And in Castanella, she says to you, she says, is it true that you are a real inquisitor?
I don't speak Castellan.
So you just stare at her. What?
Nope, I'm the one that speaks Castanelan out of the two of us.
See, I told you. Wow. Never mind. Thank you.
No, if there's a question you need to ask me, you may ask me, and
You have already answered. It's okay. It's good. How do you like the stew? We make it from fresh rabbits today. Do you know how hard it is to catch a rabbit when there are monsters in the forest? I mean, come on. Yes, you catch a rabbit.
that is part of a profession of mine. I am known to go on to hunt on occasion, and the forest.
Yes, you have fancy tools. I hear about those once. A guy coming through said they called a chewing gum. It's very fancy chewing gum you have.
I believe I heard of this gum of chewing.
Yeah, you pick it up, you're chewing gum.
Oh, the shotgun.
Shotgun.
Yes, it is.
Oh.
It's quite the weapon.
It's very, very fancy. Yes, look like you set back a pretty penny. You know me, I have a sling and rocks. That's a real hunter's tool.
We all have our own expertise, and I'm sure.
I bet. I see you have sword too. You know, that's probably the first sword that's been in Anvermeer in 3 years, ever since the bandits.
Right, I don't tend to use it that often. I am skilled with it, but I do prefer my shotgun over most of my weapons. Well, something
So
I do.
Sister, you use the chewing gum or the shotgun, and your sister, she uses the whip to smack it the bad guys, and then you have your little doctor friend who just sort of head pokes everybody with a funny mask, and then you have a handsome elf who just look handsome.
They do have their own.
I tell you who look handsome. That one girl with you, the big blonde girl, that is a mighty fine woman. And then you hear crack.
For future reference, don't ever.
It's fine. She busy cooking my food. What's worse could happen?
Well, sir, the other person in our party, that is Norak, and he.
Oh, the big man.
Ah.
Yeah, no. No.
That's fine. No judgment here on your choices, whatnot. But
No.
we all have our own skills.
I want no trouble. No.
No. He's.
You see, little skinny elf. I handle little skinny elf. Big man from north. No, he looked like one of those. How do you say? Valikis. I don't like the Valikis. I don't like leaky nothing. Don't like leaky roof. Don't like dog leaky face. I don't like no leakies.
He thinks to himself, I could tell your wife is very unhappy. I understand his appearance and some of his mannerisms and actions can be a little hard to digest, but does seem to have his heart in the right place.
I bet he can throw a boulder, eh? He looks strong as bear. Ooh.
You have no idea how accurate that statement is, sir.
So is that the group of you then? Is you the exterminator, then you have the pokey doctor, then the pretty boy elf, then the bear giant, then they have your what do you say her name was? I can't remember her name, but your sister.
Lizette, but Miss Barlow will also work.
Yes. Yes. I just I don't know.
Yeah, we have been hired to perform a job in escorting some cargo, and we're just happen to be in the middle of that. Yes, we have already delivered it and we're on the way back.
Oh, okay. You don't have a wagon?
Unfortunately, that was. No, we rolled into town with a wagon.
An armored wagon, yes.
Yeah, we did use that for our transportation, but
So just the five of you then, and then the big strong woman.
yes.
Okay, good.
Just a curiosity. Why so interested? I understand new people are new and interesting in a small town that may not get too many people by, but it seems this town seems very accommodating to myself and about a prophecy that we're known, which will give details.
A prophecy, right? And the elf, the kids are going to love him. The adults not so much, but elves make promises that adults have to follow. Oh yes, for Christmas, for winter solstice, you're going to get new shoes, and now I have to make new shoes. Like, freaking elves. But the kids like them, and they make their little fairy tales, and they go leave presents in the mushroom patches and whatnot. But everybody gives to the old gods, I guess. And then you got the doctor, and it's always good to have a doctor travel with you, I guess, especially when they got big pokey face. And then you have sister with whips and big strong man. You got good solid group, But you and your sister, Dreamwalkers are the ones we want to talk to, because the dreams in this town have gone bad, and the only one who can fix it is a Dreamwalker. That's what she said.
The priestess in town.
Marina,
yes.
She's a cleric, a real cleric.
I did have some of her services today, actually.
She cast her spells. It's very impressive.
Yes, she did heal some injury I had earlier this evening, in fact. So tell me about these dreams. The more information I have on it, the better I can be prepared to find how these dreams have gone bad.
Well, I tell you not to listen to Guy, but he talk about the sky is falling and the world is crying and the moon tears or some shit, I don't know, but ever since he started talking about all these stuff, the falling star, right? Ever since then, everybody in town has nightmares. Every single night. And that's not a good thing. I want to be able to sleep and dream about whatever it is that I want to dream about, which is completely private. Not squiggly, diggly, dancing trees. And then, like, my wife, she doesn't see squiggly, diggly, dancing trees. She sees, how do you say it again? And she says something in Castellano, and she says, no, we speak Estonian in this house. Raining mirrors.
That is certainly interesting.
And then, everybody has strange, weird, wiggly dreams. So strange. And then the one person having the most dreams, the one person who come out, he talked to Elder Davin and says that, hey, we need to figure out what it is about these dreams. Let's pay Marina to do the ceremony. And Davin says, oh, no, we can't pay Marina to do the ceremony. We got to keep all the money in the house. And what about the dwarves? And then he says, oh, poor Arthur. He says he will take care of it himself. And now he's gone. And he owed me money.
Oh, that is a shame. How long ago did you...
Square.
How long ago did this man disappear?
What? 2 days? Yeah, 2 days. He just walk into the woods with all his cows. They walk straight through town, unlock both gates in middle of night. How you open gates from other side? I don't know. But he opens gates from other side, walks straight through town. Nobody hear anything. He and 25 cows walk through town. Nobody hear nothing.
That's impressively odd.
What's even more odd is you go and you look at his stables, right? The cows, they didn't get let out of their stables. They break out. They break out the stables and nobody hear nothing. And you even got cows who are bloody, dragging themselves down the street. It took forever to wash blood off of street because cows dragging themselves through town into woods.
That in itself does sound like a nightmare.
But this one was real.
And which gate did
Well, here.
to help figure out the cows and all of those falling mirrors and wiggling trees?
His boy, his son, old Davis Destin, he can tell you everything you need to know. But the boy, he is ambitious. Yes? He, earlier today he come through and asked me what I know about raising spiders. He said he dreamed about it. About selling spiders on a farm.
Seems an odd thing to want to farm.
It is very odd. He said he saw a man in his sleep that was going to teach him how to make spider farm. It's so weird.
What would you even use them for?
If you make them big like cows you use for meat, or maybe, I don't know, like a horse, but maybe web, you make a rope out of it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a spider farmer, but I'm a cobbler. They make shoes.
Well, other than these dreams and the cows just silently leaving, is there anything else odd happen around here?
Well, we had the big summer fall festival, and the end of summer fall festival. Oh, let's make the man out of wood and set him on fire, and everybody give your sheep and blah blah blah, whatever, So we do that.
Is it
And
new?
then there was a fire today. That was pretty weird. People have been talking about that for generations. And then, let's see, there's the falling star, there's Arthur disappearing, there's the fact that we haven't had a single merchant besides the one you brought today come through town in 6 months because they all die. Or could be that we've been hit for taxes 3 times. They say they never got their taxes, so everybody's broke except for Anvil Adams. Somehow she makes all of the money and nobody else has money except Anvil Adams and Kara. I think, what I think they do on the side? I think they have fans, and they're selling fans to the merchants on the road.
Only though?
Oh, yes.
No. It's very specific. Or maybe it's all worth looking into. You'd be surprised in lines of work of solving mysteries and
I'm so happy you're in town. Dreamwalker, man, you're going to be great. You're going to do great. And he slaps you on the shoulder and says, I believe that you will save this town so that my babushka can grow up to be big and strong girl and beat the hell out of a husband one day.
isn't that the dream, I guess. But I will certainly do what I can while I am here. Didn't
Do
hear
you
you.
have wife and kids?
No, I do not.
Why not? You're not an ugly man. You could get wife anywhere. What, you just got gypsy feet?
For the moment, there's other pressing needs than starting a family, other adventures to be had. By the way, I've only been awake for 10 years. There's so much to see and do.
Wait, so it's true? You really sleepy for so long?
I don't remember much of it, other than what people have said, but
So you've really seen dwarfs? I've seen one dwarf 2 weeks ago.
interesting.
You've seen mini dwarf?
Absolutely. It's in fact part of the reason I talk the way I do is I figured the language out that I speak now with them.
It's good. It's very good you are here. Anything you need, Dreamer Man, you tell me and Luthen will provide.
I certainly do appreciate your time.
You and me, we are friends.
Absolutely, sir.
Even my kid, they make you a thing.
It did.
They did. It's ugly, but they make it for you.
It is, with children, it is the thought that counts.
Okay, Babushka, Tim, come bring him thing. And they come out with, and this is, I know we're past time, so this is where we're going to cut it off. But the two children, they come out with what looks like a figure made out of sticks in the shape of, well, let me just draw it. Wham, 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 wham. And then it has ropes that are oiled and glued to look like that on the back. They make you a picture of the old gods. Keep you safe. In the middle of it, there appears to be something fleshy. Here you go.
Well, thank you. It is certainly this is a new experience for me. I haven't ever seen something like this before. I appreciate it.
Just do not disturb the Heartstone and it will keep you safe. That's
The
what they say about the old gods.
thing in the middle here.
Yes, the Heartstone.
Well, I will follow your advice. I don't wish to piss off any divine being.
Yeah, the old gods will ride you in your sleep until you die. It's terrible. Don't do that.
Usually that's where I do my best work, so let's keep them out of it.
All right. You have good night. I am tired now. If you go to tavern tonight, you tell Madge. She knows old Luthen. We might have a bit of it, but you tell Madge that your tab is on me. I pay your drinks tonight.
I do certainly appreciate it, and I thank you for your hospitality. And the gift from your children, it is really greatly appreciated.
As you hold this thing, because it's about as big as your chest, right? Like it's pretty decent sized, right? Like, and it's cold. Every bit of them Inquisitor senses are tingling.
Oh yeah.
But with that, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna call it a night. I appreciate everybody sticking with us. I hope you all had fun tonight. I sure did. As the plot of Anvamir thickens.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Oh yeah.
All right,
I'm
everybody.
really gonna have to give some context to my notes here because it's got falling stars, mirrors, wiggly trees.
Yeah, this that guy's kind of all over the place. That's his character trait. But yeah, everybody, if you like what you saw, come join us again next week, same time, same place. Every week we will stream this game in the world of Etharis by Ghostfire Gaming. And if you like what you saw, please give us a like, give us a subscribe. That always helps us in the dreaded boss battle against the YouTube algorithm. But until next week, everybody, have a safe week. And remember, stay spooky.
Bye.